Good evening. Good evening, and welcome to the March 26th meeting of the Livermore City Council. I now call the meeting to order. Let the roll call show that all members of the City Council are present and accounted for. Tonight we have a special treat. We have the Girl Scouts are here to do our flag ceremonies. So I would invite the Girl Scouts to come up and do the flag ceremony for us.
Audience attention. Girl Scouts attention. Color Guard advance. Color Guard post the colors. Please join in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please join in the Girl Scout promise. On my honor, I will try to serve God and my country, to help people at all times, and to live by the Girl Scout law. Color Guard dismissed. Please be seated.
I'd say that's worth a round of applause. Thank you very much.
We would like to present you with some Girl Scout cookies.
Okay, hold on a second. Hold on. All right. One of my favorite presentations.
Check out how much those things cost.
All right. Oh, yay. Oh, thank you. All right. Hand those out to the staff there. Don't take those off your hands. Great, thank you. Okay. Well, let me just once again say that let the record show that all members of the City Council are present and accounted for. Make sure we're all squared away on that. And so we now move to the proclamations and presentations, and we just got presented with some Girl Scout cookies, so thank you very much. And we have, for the proclamation declaring March 12th through the 18th, 2018 as Girl Scout Week, we have several members of different troops. We have Bella Posh, Daisy from Troop 31720, Caitlin Zerhoff, Brownie from Troop 30521, Alexis Amaral from Brownie Troop 31183, Sierra Amaral, Junior, Troop 33244, Avery Thomason, Cadet, Troop 33244, Marissa Mayfield, a senior Girl Scout. This is Troop 33248, and Katie Darling, also a senior, Troop 33248. So I have a presentation proclaiming March 12th through the 18th, Girl Scout Week. And whereas on March 12th, 1912, Girl Scouts of the United States of America was founded in Savannah, Georgia by Juliet Gordon Lowe with the goal of bringing girls out of isolated home environments and into community service and the open air. And whereas through their 106-year history, Girl Scouts have helped build millions of girls' courage, confidence, and character through leadership development, taking action, and connecting with their communities. In Girl Scouts, girls discover the fun, friendship, and power of girls uniting together to make the world a better place. And whereas, as part of the Girl Scouts of Northern California, the Cresta Blanca Service Unit in Livermore serves close to 700 girls in 71 troops from kindergarten through high school. And whereas the Girl Scout organization has succeeded through the dedication, time, and talent of volunteers of different backgrounds and areas of expertise, now therefore the City Council of the City of Livermore hereby proclaims March 12th through the 18th, 2018 as Girl Scout Week, and recognizes the contributions of the Girl Scouts to the Livermore community. And it's signed by all members of the council. Bring it down to you. And if one of the representatives would like to say a few words? Anybody? Anybody like to say a few words on behalf of the Girl Scouts? Now's your chance. Oh, go for it. Oh, you can sit at the podium. It's okay. That's the whole point. Now's your chance.
I'm almost as tall as a... Well, I just wanted to say thank you to Mayor Marchand, the rest of the City Council, for supporting us for, 106 years total. But in Livermore, we really appreciate you, especially Mayor, when you come and see the girls at the booths, you always buy a box, at least a box or two of cookies, and the girls are very, very appreciative of it. And anybody else that has supported us throughout these years, it really helps the girls boost their confidence, especially our young daisies that are just learning to be Girl Scouts. It's really made a big difference. Our high school girls, just to let you know that, Girl Scouts can be older girls. So, when they're out there selling boxes of cookies, we really appreciate your support because, they have big goals too, and hopefully they'll be sitting in your chairs one of these days. So things like this, we really appreciate. That's all I have to say for now. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, next, 2.02 is a proclamation declaring April 2018 as Community Service Recognition Month. And I'd like to recognize one of the coordinators for this for the city, Jeff Schaefer, our Maintenance and Golf Operations Manager, and also Glenn Sherman from the Livermore Valley Joint Unified School District, and Thomas Doyle from the Livermore Area Recreation and Park District. And we have the Community Service Recognition Month, whereas Livermore has a strong tradition of community service and volunteering. And whereas Community Recognition Month is a time to celebrate the efforts of volunteers at the local, state, and national levels, and whereas Community Service Recognition Month highlights the difference that volunteers are making in our society, as well as the impact of their contributions toward those in need. Volunteers gain a greater understanding of how their actions affect the well-being of the public, and often find that the giving of themselves results in the feeling of a greater sense of purpose and social connectivity. Whereas in Livermore, volunteers are the true heart and soul of this community. And as we've talked about many times before, Robert Livermore, the man for whom this community was named, was known throughout the region for his kindness and his generosity. And I believe that DNA continues in our community today. Whereas in Livermore, the volunteers are the true heart and soul of the community. Over the past year, the city benefited from the efforts of over 700 volunteers from different organizations who completed over 40 projects throughout the city, working together to make Livermore a better place for all. And whereas April 21st is Community Service Day, where the city will be partnering with various community organizations to coordinate projects around Livermore, such as maintenance projects at Livermore schools and local nonprofits. And whereas the city will sponsor a fair to provide volunteer outreach opportunities for nonprofit groups, including a blood drive and a food and clothing drive. Now, therefore, the City Council of the City of Livermore thanks all of the hardworking volunteers and encourages residents of Livermore to volunteer to help bring about a positive change in the lives of others and in our community. And I will give this to Mr. Schaefer.
Mayor and City Council and members of the community, we very much appreciate you declaring April as Community Service Month and April 21st as Community Service Day. We did not come bearing gifts of cookies. But if you come and give your sweat and all that, we'll feed you that day and we'll give you a hot dog lunch. So listen, we are so honored. For many that know, this started years ago, and for a while we were around 300 or 400. This year we're hoping to have over 1,000. We have about 50 projects that we're doing throughout Livermore. So we're trying to make sure we get all of the different communities. This year it's been great because the team that was formed together has really been helpful with Tom Doyle with LARPD, Glenn Sherman with the school district, and now the Livermore Stockman Rodeo Association has gotten involved. And we'll be asking for over 100 volunteers that'll be help doing prep for the 100th anniversary of the rodeo and hopefully thereafter. So we really appreciate it. Anybody that needs any information can go to the city's website and we'll have something on there, or they can call 960-8017. Just basically, if I may, the event is April 21st for the Community Service Day. Anybody can show up. They hopefully will sign up early. We're going to meet this year 8 o'clock at Carnegie Park, have a gathering there, get out to the projects by 8:30 to 11 and come back and have a lunch for those that have participated. In addition to that, CityServe is now hosting a fair. Right now we have over 20 booths that will be there. So anybody in the community that can't make it April 21st, there's no reason that you can't support your community, because we'll have a fair there, because there are need 365 days a year, and you can sign up to do community service any day of the year. And that's really what our focus is, where this goes. It goes beyond just one day and 1 month. It goes serving the community throughout the year. And that's one of the goals, is where we're heading.
So everybody meets at Carnegie Park, right there where the old library, the old library used to be.
Yeah.
Between the 3rd and 4th Streets.
Yep.
And that's at 8 o'clock.
At 8 o'clock?
8 o'clock on the 21st. That's a Saturday.
Yep. And,
all right.
And you're responsible for the weather.
Yeah.
So we put that on you.
Let me start working on that.
Yeah. Then then everybody will go out to their projects, and then at 11:30 they'll come back and there'll be a lunch hosted for all the people that participated, and then all the booths will also be there. So if a community member can't participate in the event, they can come and look at a way to serve the community in some way at another date.
And of course, CityServe is a great website, because if you've got some time, you can actually look and find a project that will work with your time and skill set.
That's correct.
Those can be anywhere.
That's especially important. You're right. The idea of the whole community is that, one, there's no age. Every age can serve, and everybody can serve at any of, especially their skill sets. So you're right, there's lots of people that are in need. This year, I think we have over 12 senior citizen homes that we're specifically going to help them through different faith organizations and things like that. And so you can see we're starting to reach deeper into the community, not just projects that we've done, which have been great, but also really people needs. that we have.
Well, and in keeping with the proclamation, one of my favorite quotes is from Rabindranath Tagore, and he wrote that I slept and dreamt that life was joy. I awoke and saw that life was service. I acted, and behold, service was joy. And I
Well
think that
said.
anybody who has volunteered their time understands that. And what, as Churchill said, we make a living out of what we get, we make a life out of what we give. And this is an opportunity for members of the community to give to the community.
Well said. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you very much.
Gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you for all your efforts. All right, and now we have April 8th through April 14th is National Library Week. And Tamara LeBeau, our librarian, will be accepting on the city's behalf. And this is proclaiming National Library Week. Whereas Livermore residents recognize the importance of lifelong education and literacy and support activities focused on self-directed education and reading. And whereas over 50,000 residents, remember there's only 88,000 people in Livermore, but whereas over 50,000 residents have active library cards, and the Livermore Public Library provides educational opportunities and materials such as microscopes, telescopes, programmable robots, and of course, books, to all to promote lifelong education. And whereas the Livermore Public Library also hosts educational classes, programs, and events for all ages, including the Create Lab Makerspace, the Livermore Teen Academy, story times, science workshops, English conversation groups, musical performances, and the very popular summer reading program. And whereas over 2,000 young children and their parents participate in early literacy programs every month at the Livermore Public Library, building a foundation for academic success. And whereas libraries in Livermore's public and private schools, local labs, and businesses also support their populations with information and research materials, National Library Week is a time to celebrate the contributions of all our libraries to Livermore's quality of life and to promote library use and support. Now, therefore, the City Council of the City of Livermore proclaims April 8th through the 14th, 2018, as National Library Week in Livermore and encourages residents to learn more about and participate in the instructive and enlightening experiences available at their public libraries. Ms. LeBeau?
I always have to put the microphone down a little bit. I'd like to thank you, Mayor Marchand, and the council for your support of National Library Week. You mentioned in your proclamation all of the things we do, so I would say to community members, if you're one of those 38,000 who do not have a library card yet, you don't know what you're missing. Come on down and visit us. I do want to mention a few special events that we have going on for National Library Week. We have a library bingo game. It's a fun way that participants can learn more about the library and their community through reading and various activities. So we invite people to come in, pick up a library bingo card during National Library Week, and they can even win prizes courtesy of the Friends of the Library. Then on Thursday, April 12th at 7 o'clock at the Civic Center Library, we have a night of poetry featuring our own Livermore Poet Laureate, Cynthia J. Patton. And this event celebrates not only National Library Week, but also National Poetry Month. And then finally, we have our literacy tutor training. And that's a program where we train volunteers to work with our local adults who need assistance in their basic reading and writing skills. It's a very important program. It's quite a commitment and multi-part training. So we do ask that if people think they might be interested in volunteering, that they call the library at 373-5500. And with that, I would just invite everyone out to come and get a free library card if they haven't done so already.
And on Monday night, or Monday afternoons, there's a STEM program, as I
There is.
understand.
Yes.
Would you just describe that?
Sure. It's for elementary school aged children, 4 o'clock every Monday afternoon. And we have hands-on activities where they can learn STEM concepts, and the children really enjoy it while they also learn something at the same time.
And that's the science, technology, engineering, and math.
Yes, that's what it stands for.
Great, excellent. Well, that's a great program. And that goes through May 21st, I believe.
It does. And then we have more STEM-oriented programs throughout the summer reading program. We're trying to put not only reading, but also STEM-related activities.
And the programmable robots and everything else.
Everything else,
Great,
yes.
excellent.
Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. And now we have a presentation from the Livermore Area Youth Advisory Commission. We have Marguerite Rosendin, who's the Livermore Area Youth Advisory Commission Chair. Welcome.
Sorry. Good evening. It's great to see all the Bobs in one place. Alrighty, I might as well jump right into it. We've done a lot this year, in this past year, 2017. In the summer, we participated in the Interfaith Backpack Project, where we pack backpacks for students who can't afford the school supplies, and we distribute them to students so they can learn and really utilize the education that's given to them. We anticipate participating once more this summer in 2018, probably around August. We actually supplied some judges for the Livermore Public Library pumpkin decorating contests. I unfortunately was out of town, but I knew they saw some great pumpkins. We helped create a mural at the Livermore Art Walk in the fall of 2017. This year, we completed the 7th year of our essay contest, and in the winter and in the spring of 2016. And then this spring, we plan on participating in Kids Against Hunger once more, Kindness Rocks, a sticky note mural, and outreach tables in order to spread the word about our commission. And then in 2019, we plan to have a World Fair in order to educate students of Livermore, and as well as young children, about the different cultures that are present in their communities, so we can learn from one another, and it might help some issues that we might have in the community. Thank you.
Well, thank you for all the any questions for the Chair?
I just, no question here, but I just wanted to say thank you and those who serve with you for your service. So you guys are come up with some fantastic ideas and events and things that we keep close track of, whether you see us there or not. It's really good to have your ideas and thoughts all the way along here, Maggie. It's great.
Well, thank you.
Good to see you here. Thank you.
It's wonderful to be recognized, especially because it's the Youth Commission, so kids are just now learning what it's like to be civil servants, and it's really wonderful to see what you guys do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your service and also for your outreach into the community. Greatly appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, with that, we move on to our Citizens Forum. These are items that are not on the agenda. The City Council can neither deliberate nor take action on anything brought up during the Citizens Forum, but I ask then that you keep your comments to 3 minutes or less. We've got a fair number of cards tonight. Start with Dave McGuigan, Patricia Monroe, and Julie.
I suspect most people are unaware that an officer can take your license and require you to have a physical exam and review by a DMV officer before you can get your license back. To be clear, this is above and beyond the normal taking of a license. Me, I found out about this the hard way when I was required to go through this process by Officer Starr. You can make your own assessments about whether I'm physically infirmed enough to warrant a full medical examination, but I will tell you that the DMV officer said, the officer certainly can require this, but I don't know why he would in this case. Now, I was only aware of the perjury Officer Starr was committing at this point, but given the DMV officer determined there was no public safety concern being addressed, I have to tell you I was starting to feel a little picked on. When I eventually found out about the evidence tampering, it really wasn't as much of a surprise as it should have been. So not only was I put through the process that DMV believes serves no public interest, safety interest, but the order was not even filled out in a normal manner. You see, it was signed by C.N. and then Prince Starr and Ann and mixed, and I never got a good explanation of all of who was signing what and whether Starr and Ann were the same or different officers, because I was taken aback by the answer to a simple question. I asked, how often are people put through this process? Now, if you're using this power to bring in people who have physically deteriorated to the point of a public danger in for review, you might be able to justify a few dozen cases. But when the chief told me, quite proudly, there were hundreds, all I could think of is, wow, this is a sustained pattern of widespread abuse of police discretion. Of course, widespread abuse of police discretion is what Livermore is known for. It's well known that if you drive through town on a Monday or Friday or Saturday night, there's a good chance you'll be pulled over for DWL, driving while in Livermore. But looking at the chief's handling of the complaints against ex-Officer Black in this light of his full support for abusing police discretion, and the case for the chief keeping ex-Officer Black in uniform after multiple complaints being merely gross negligence drops significantly. Add in Mayor Marchand's interference in his trial to support the chief's report, or to suppress the chief's reports, and it's pretty clear there was a willful disregard of the facts being covered up. I think this quote from the East Bay Express article from April 19, 2017, titled "City of Livermore Continues to Hide Records Related to the Former Police Officer Accused of Sex Crimes in the Celeste Gout Case," sums it up. Livermore is potentially liable under Monell, a U.S. Supreme Court opinion finding that municipalities can be sued if they are a party involved in the violation of someone's civil rights. This can include situations in which a city employee with a past record of misconduct known to the city harms someone. It means the city allowed him to stay on the job even though they knew about his conduct and are potentially complicit and liable in his behavior. I guess we know why Mayor Marchand interfered in the trial of a sexual predator.
Patricia Monroe, Julie, and Greg Scott.
Good evening, Mayor Marchand, City Council members and staff. My name is Patricia Monroe. I'm here simply to make a matter of public record a private survey that is currently being conducted in Livermore about Livermore City issues. It's rare that I pick up the phone for a number I don't recognize, but after repeated calls from an 844 area code, I answered simply to tell the solicitor to go away. I ended up taking a survey on the current and future Livermore issues. I took this survey because it was clearly developed as a push poll to influence voters and derail the current city direction for downtown. I wanted my voice for that plan to be heard, and I wanted to hear the questions. The poll will not yield accurate results, although that may not matter to the person or groups who commissioned it. In talking with other people, it appears that only landlines are being called. As anyone who conducts surveys knows, landlines, except among people my age or older, are disappearing faster than the polar ice caps. So that's not likely to yield the random sample necessary for good data. And then there are the questions themselves. The survey asked me about the downtown project, including questions about whether we should have a ballot measure on the subject, my opinions about the placement of the boutique hotel, and the shape of Stockman's Park. I was asked about changing to districts for city council elections, a subject on the agenda later this evening. I was asked my opinion of the mayor and the two city councils up for re-election. I was asked about I thought about the Independent and Joan Seppala. In each case, the wording was intended to lead me to particular answers. Responsible pollsters work hard to frame questions in neutral ways. The questions I answered were anything but. Therefore, the results are likely to reflect nothing more than the biases of those commissioning the study. It's not yet April. The filing window for local election doesn't open for 2 months. And yet, between this survey and the ongoing barrage of ads in the aforementioned Independent, feels like campaign season is already upon us. And although technically legal, these kinds of acts are politicized, expensive, and divisive. I would hope those responsible would act to bring the city together, not attempt to divide it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Monroe. Julie, Greg Scott, and Jacob Anderson.
How do I shut it off? Is it on? Okay. Sorry. Hi, thank you. I don't know. Can you guys hear me? Okay. Hi, my name is Julie, and I'm just, I wanted to present the community of homelessness and single parents. I am a parent of 2 teenage single boys, and it's a very big struggle for me to watch the next generation fall apart due to the fact that my going to court, my ex had lied to the judge and therefore leaving me with nothing left but to be homeless. And I'm struggling to find housing and have basically used up all my avenues to try to get somewhere. and getting very frustrated and understanding how single parents that are homeless are just trying to find ways to make ends meet and having a hard time. I'm just hoping that you'll find it somewhere in your hearts to find services for people who actually, or not people, but parents who have kids that are not able to be with their kids and they're in the wrong hands, and our children are being raised in a very bad environment, and then they end up not being able to participate economically to the society because of the fact of them going down the wrong direction in life, being in the wrong hands. And I'm at a loss because then they'll end up being homeless like we are, and it's only going to get uglier. And if there's a way that we can come together and solve this problem for the next generation, that would be greatly appreciated. So if you guys can find it somewhere in the avenues of life in the city of Pleasanton, Livermore, and Dublin, Alameda, to find some housing for the homeless, that would be greatly appreciated. And I appreciate you giving me the time to talk about it. Have a great night. Thanks.
Thank you, Julie. I would make a comment that within the last year, we've hired 2 specialists in the city of Livermore to coordinate regional efforts to seek additional resources to deal with this problem. And I was quite surprised, and I've been speaking with my human services folks, but it was recently released in the newspaper that the state is sitting on billions of dollars in funds that have been earmarked to serve the homeless, and they've not been spent. So we're going to be talking about that later tonight on how best to coordinate with local and state agencies to make that happen. So thank you for your comments.
All right. Thank you.
Greg Scott, Jacob Anderson, Nancy Rodrigue. Mr. Scott.
It's off.
Oh, you can stay on the, that, stay there.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Marchand, Livermore City Council, City of Livermore staff, and those watching by video, both live and or recorded. I am Greg Scott. Special thanks to the homeless who listened to this recorded video and have thanked me for speaking about the homelessness issue here. Thanks also to the housed who have thanked me for speaking about homelessness. You all have given me courage to speak. I do not say I speak for all the homeless, for I do not. I do not say I speak for the majority of homeless either. However, obviously, I speak for some. Livermore is a smart, intelligent, dynamic, vibrant, and spirited community. Dealing better with the homelessness issue is well within our community's capabilities. If the same time and energy was to be put into the problem of homelessness in this community as it is being put into Livermore's downtown, iconic, boutique, best exotic Marigold Hotel, would homelessness here be the problem that it is? Recently, the brilliant Dr. Stephen Hawking passed away. Dr. Hawking was diagnosed with amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, ALS, while in graduate school in England. He was given 2 years to live and lived for another 55 years. ALS is a malfunctioning of neurons that controls voluntary actions such as walking, talking, and chewing. Confined to a wheelchair and aided by clever California computer implementations, Dr. Hawking communicated at 15 words a minute to change modern physics, ideas how the universe was formed, and stubbornly came around to explain black holes. Dr. Hawking once said, "I want to show that people need not be limited by physical handicaps as long as they are not disabled in spirit. Please, homeless and everyone else, do not be disabled in spirit." More earthly, April 4th is the 50th anniversary of Dr. Martin Luther King's assassination. For the homeless, I remind you of my favorite of Dr. King's quotes. "The arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends toward justice." Homelessness is neither just, moral, or ethical. In fact, it is a scandal, as is poverty. Both need to be dealt with more efficiently. President Franklin Roosevelt once said, quote, "The test of our progress is not whether we add more to the abundance of those who have much, it is whether we provide enough for those who have too little." Where is the urgency here in dealing with homelessness? Thanks to the commissioners of the Human Services Commission for what they do. Thanks to the commissioners who showed up for the Tuesday, March 13th meeting. However, there was not enough commissioners present for a quorum to even have a meeting. We need a sense of urgency for the homeless. I know one man who works in this area and has been living in his car for the greater part of the last 16 years. We need a greater impetus for change to this.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Jacob Anderson, Nancy Rodrigue, Connie Copps.
For people that know me, they know that I am not a fan of money in politics. I believe in the words of Abraham Lincoln, "Government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from the earth." A person's voice should be heard, not their wallets. Because someone has more money should not mean that they get more influence. When I found out that a small group of people were getting a loud voice because of the money they spend, it really concerned me. Frankly, it made me angry. I felt that the people of Livermore deserved better. They deserve to get the facts and have their voices heard, but sadly, that is not the case right now. This passion has led me to do my research. While there are ways to accept and donate unlimited amounts of money, California, thankfully, has many laws to show the full transparency of political donations and expenditures. Sadly, I think it's possible for the former Friends of Livermore Political Action Committee, now known as the Community Group, to be in violation of these rules and regulations. According to the Fair Political Practices Commission for the state of California, if a recipient committee receives more than $2,000 in donations, they have to register with the California Secretary of State. As of today, the Friends of Livermore or the Community Group are not registered as an active group with the California Secretary of State. So this leads to the big question. Does the multi-purpose organization known as the Community Group qualify as a recipient committee? The Fair and Political Practice Commission defines qualifications as multi-purpose organizations that make contributions or expenditures to support or oppose state or local candidates or ballot measures in California must register as recipient committees and file campaign statements to disclose their political expenditures and the source of funds used for those expenditures. So is the community group supporting or opposing state or local candidates or ballot measures? I say they are. Week after week, the community group puts out misleading statements and opinions about the decision to place the hotel on the east side. And how does almost every advertisement they put out start? With the way that each of you voted on the placement of the hotel. This is not a simple listing of how you voted. This is a not-so-veiled opposition to your candidacies. This week's ad was different, though. It did not list the way you voted on the placements of the hotel, but it did make a direct attack on Councilmember Warner. This clearly shows the community group is making expenditures to oppose local candidates. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Nancy Rodrigue, Connie Copps, Carl Wente.
Oops, gotta put my glasses on. Hi, thank you very much, Mayor and City Council, for hearing me tonight. I've been up here many times asking for support for Friends of Tesla Park, or for preservation of Tesla, and I appreciate over the years, actually this is 6th year now, and I appreciate your support. So I'm here tonight to ask you to send a letter from the city in support of Senate Bill 1316, which was introduced by Senator Glazer, and this will provide a pathway to permanent preservation of Tesla. I've actually sent you a letter. I've passed out a letter to you and a copy of the Senate bill. Friends of Tesla Park has been working for many years with others to preserve 3,100 acres of the highly sensitive and irreplaceable native landscape in eastern Alameda County that is within the City of Livermore's sphere of influence. It's currently owned by California State Parks and was purchased in the 1990s to expand the Carnegie State Vehicle Recreation Area. This land is identified as the Alameda Tesla Expansion Area by the state and is known locally as Tesla Park. So Senate Bill 1316 is an important and very local measure. Livermore has the highest stakes in preservation of this land because of its historical connection to Tesla and also its proximity to the city. In fact, it's from where we're sitting now, it's about 7.5 miles. So Senate Bill 1316 would allow the Department of Parks and Recreation to sell the portion identified as the Alameda Tesla expansion area for conservation purposes. If the State Department determines that disposing of this land is in the public interest. The proceeds from any such sale would then be returned to the Department of Motor Vehicle, the Motor Vehicle Recreation Division. So over the course of the last year and a half, the Altamont Landfill Open Space Committee, of which the city is a member, has presented the opportunity to purchase the land from the State Parks Department. A change in existing law was identified as necessary to allow for such a sale to occur. While SB 1316 does not require sale, it does make the change necessary to allow it. So the Altamont Landfill Open Space Committee voted on March 16th, 2018 to support Senate Bill 1316. The county and other agencies are going through their processes to provide support also. There are currently 6 legislative co-sponsors of this bill, and more are expected. So thus far, 19 organizations have joined in support, and more are being added. Whoa, that's fast, okay.
Time flies when you're having fun.
Because I read too slowly. Anyway, I ask that you continue your support for preservation of Tesla by sending a letter indicating that. The hearing will be next month, so time is of the essence. And we'd appreciate a letter by April 6th. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Just note that being on the Altamont Open Space Committee, I'll be saying more about this in the report out.
I actually met with Senator Glazer last week, and we talked about this. Thank you for your comments. Connie Copps, Carl Wente, Neil Herrick.
Mayor, council members, staff, thank you for letting me speak today. I'm here for a couple of reasons. First, I really want to know where our city stands on social media and data mining, and if we're going to have a voice about this in the future. Back in 2009, my computer was hacked. I lost a lot of information. My son backed up quite a bit, but I lost a lot of information, and it was with my business. I was messaged from the other side. I couldn't tell anybody because they would have thought I was nuts. This is way before Snowden. But I think it's important that we take a stand on data mining and privacy with electronics as an overhaul situation. I'd like to see something on the agenda for, what we're going to believe in and value as a community, especially with our 2 labs here. I think it's real important that and iGate, that we respect, intellectual property and privacy and this, that, and the other thing. Just how we take as a city, how we're taking a stand to make sure people are safe in their communications. Then the other thing I wanted to bring up was, I bring this up a lot, is I'd like to see Springtown brought up to a meeting, like a whole meeting about Springtown. I know tonight you're going to talk about it with Altamont landfill. Bob, I know you're on that committee for, well, which Bob? Bob Warner, you're on the landfill committee, open space committee. And homelessness. I really am afraid the way that Springtown has been viewed, that, you know, as things keep changing and evolving, that perhaps Springtown is going to end up with a little bit more of its share of high-density housing, because the 2003 general plan, I know that after that meeting, you know, that somebody reported they heard that, and I know you had always sworn up and down, no, that didn't happen. So my thing is, let's go back to that 2003 general plan and who was on that committee and why did this ever even occur? And I know you said there was never any such thing, that low-income housing. I do fear the way that Springtown has been dealt with in the past, how a lot of things come up and you'll have meetings that no one at council was ever at, but things are discussed and then reported to you, but maybe distorted to you as well. And so I think it's real important to bring Springtown up as a whole, what our future plans are for it, and let's be fair about that. So, first thing, how do we feel about, you know, our privacy, data mining, what's going on with Facebook now? Let's take a stand on that. We take a stand on other issues. Let's take a stand as a whole, you know, how we respect people and their privacy and Springtown as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you. Carl Winty, Neil Herrick, John Stein. Mr. Winty. Another big stack tonight.
How are you, Mr. Mayor? Thank you, as always, for what you do. Staff, thank you for what you do. Good government and process is key, and may it continue. Yeah, Jacob, you know, sort of how it goes. I actually don't think they're in violation of any FPPC laws because it's not within that window, but very soon they will be. But we know it's a motivated group with a point of view, and so be it. I don't necessarily share that point of view. Just make sure we know who's speaking for the majority and who's not, because this is a motivated, well-funded point of view. We pledge allegiance to the flag for the republic for which it stands, and at some point, I believe that the voting laws will drive towards districts. And I believe we should create, or we should manage our own destiny in that endeavor. So to start the process of how it will lay out, because it seems to be an inevitability. We don't know if we're going to get it done before this election cycle or not, but let's set ourselves up so we don't get legislated against, whereby we have to pay the attorney fees and otherwise, right? We're not taking any drastic measure right now, but let's push this forward so we can control our own destiny in that. Greg Scott, keep saying what you're saying. I would rather spend time supporting you than fighting about a dirt lot. I don't care where the hotel is. I don't care. I just want this to all move forward, and the process has happened and the process is in play, right? How many units can we move off? How close to the railroad tracks? How all of this, right? I mean, it's a process. We all fundamentally want what's best for Livermore. So how can we just come together, right? Be positive, but also recognize there's a motivated group of individuals that, you know, have a big point of view. California Voting Rights Act, update in 2015, more than 100 people must go districts, less than 100 may go districts. A by or a for, we want people elected by the people in their district as we push it forward, so a court doesn't come in and tell us how to set up our town. Let's control our own destiny in that. It makes good sense. You know, once it starts, once we're within the range of when you have to register, changing subjects on you, very curious to when the organization formerly known as Friends of Livermore, which has since disbanded because it's under investigation for, ironically, violating how they spend money against polls that were sort of, you know, whether it's an unbiased poll or not, remains to be seen. A bunch of people called me right after they got the poll and just said, wow, it's allowed to go on like this? Wow. It's a free world. You can do what you want. So let's keep downtown moving forward. Let's not lose all of the lessons, all of the work, all of the feedback. Do not let sort of this facts, you know, or people claiming facts of 2-to-1 majority, this, that, and the other, get in the way of good government process. I applaud you. You, in all honesty, are not the most diverse group of people in history. And I encourage diversity and anything we can do to drive that inclusion to unify Livermore. We are of one Livermore. Let's be Livermore first. Thank you.
Under the wire. And if people would like to hear Mr. Wente speak without being under such a time constraint, he will be speaking at the Innovation Fair at the Bankhead Theater on April 14th, and also he'll be doing a TED Talk on May 6th. So look forward to both of those. Thank you, Mr. Wente. Neil Herrick, John Stein, Rochelle Snedecor. Mr. Herrick.
Mr. Wente, one of the few people that makes me feel physically smaller in this world, so it's always nice to see you. Mr. Mayor, Councilman, ladies and gentlemen, Neil Herrick, I've been in Livermore for 50 years now. Moved here in '68 and third grade at Portola. American Cancer Society Relay for Life has had an event in Livermore for 15 years that I know of. This year we're reorganizing. It will be in Dublin. It is Livermore, Pleasanton, Dublin, Danville, San Ramon. I have a flyer which I will leave with you folks to get on your calendar. It is June 23rd, 9 a.m. through June 24th, 9 a.m. This is the fundraising arm of the American Cancer Society. We appreciate in the past, the city of Livermore has done so much for us over the years. Mayor Kamina, Mayor Marchand, everyone has done so much. We are so grateful for everything you've done. Real quickly, I won't talk as fast as Carl does, but I'll try. I want to thank everybody on council, Mr. Mayor, for everything you do. It's not an easy job, I know that. Sometimes I think Mr. Swalwell and Ms. Baker have it a little easier. They don't run into you at the grocery store, at the gas station. They're a little insulated. So thank you very much. I will leave this with whoever I can, and thank you for your time. We do appreciate it.
Let's get the city clerk. So it's going to be in Dublin this year and not at Livermore High?
Yes.
Okay.
Livermore High and Granada are redoing their services.
Okay.
So we're at Dublin High School. That's why I brought the flag.
Okay, great. Yeah, because I've been showing up at Livermore High for a number of years, so I won't show up this time at High. Yeah. They knew I was coming, they left. Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Herrick. And thank you for your efforts on the Relay for Life. John Stein, Rochelle Snedecor, and finally Keith Jess.
John Stein, I'm here after the previous two speakers to remind you that sometimes good things come in small packages. Like Mrs. Monroe, I too was one of the archaic relics who received the landline call polling. Just so none of you feel out, they asked about the entire city council, in my opinion. And they also asked about the campaign ordinance, which requires transparency by PACs as to amounts contributed and sources of funds. There were really three questions that should be answered. I mean, I realize it's not coming up yet, but first of all, who's spending the tens of thousands of dollars to do the poll? Second, what is the purpose of the poll? And third, in the spirit of transparency, will the poll results be made public? Just interesting questions. I do have some questions about things that have come up over the year, just to refresh your memory. First of all, what is the number of trains that Southern Pacific will allow on their lines, since they basically focus on freight rather than ACE? I know we have 4 and we're going to 7, but how much beyond that can we really go? Second, are you looking at ways to address the soon-to-come-up requests for sewage capacity as the state gets more and more strict on septic tanks and cesspools? With the budget coming up, are there any considerations, I realize there are legal problems, to repair the wall on homes near Concannon? Just as a comparison, Hadrian's Wall, which was 73 miles long, took 5 years. This has been going on for about 3. I was wondering, too, about whether there are any plans to increase tree planting. I noticed other communities in the valley are replacing the trees that have died during the drought. Livermore doesn't seem to be doing much on that, and with the budget coming up, I was wondering if there will be funds for that. Is the city beginning to plan for the city's contribution to extending BART to Isabel. I believe it's on the order of $100 million plus some infrastructure costs. And finally, has anyone noticed the impact of the Sage development on the scenic corridor? Does Livermore really want to look like Dublin or San Jose? Thank you.
And if I could just make a quick comment about Hadrian's Wall. I actually brought that up to the city attorney, I think 6 years ago. And we've gotten sort of hung up on this thing called property rights. And so we've been working on that tooth and nail and hammer and tong for the last 6 years, trying to get that resolved. And we're still working on it. So I don't know if the city attorney wants to say anything, but we have been working on that.
I think you need to bring in a backhoe.
So we are making progress on that. Engineering has been meeting with some of the neighbors. Some of the neighbors are actually coming in and looking to put retaining walls in their rear yards to help remove the charge that's against the decorative wall, which is not a retaining wall, but rather the decorative wall, which will allow the city to consider other options to replace that. And we are still pursuing litigation with one of the homeowners, and we actually had a very productive mediation, and we're looking to close it out shortly.
And as I recall, 2 years ago, we actually allocated funding for replacing a good portion of that. But again, we've still been caught up in the litigation and property rights. So yes, it's not for lack of trying, but it has been very trying, let me tell you. Rochelle Stedecore and Keith Jess.
Well, I don't have anything that deep to talk about. I want to get you guys all excited because we had, about a year and a half ago, we reached out to Dine Out Along the Road TV show, who isn't shown in our market right now, but is shown in 13 markets around the West Coast. It's a lifestyle dining kind of, dives and diners type of thing, but goes into communities and really highlights the great off the beaten path small business owned restaurants and activities. So they did come to Livermore a few months ago, and that has been released. We've been seen in Portland, Seattle, Las Vegas, Reno, Bakersfield, Fresno, the whole West Coast market has been seeing this show. It will be airing in the Bay Area on April 7th at noon, but you don't have to wait because we have the bootleg copy. No, it's not really bootleg. They have given us the copy link off of their website, so we are watching it now. It's been shared, I think, 700 times on our Facebook, and it's going viral, so we are asking you to help us do that. Again, it's Dine Out Along the Road, the Livermore episode. And the cool thing is because they did a Livermore episode and a Sonoma episode, that's the first time they're being seen in the San Francisco Bay Area market, and that's the third, I think the fifth largest in the United States market. So we're real excited, and I can't tell you enough. As council members and mayor, I want to thank Councilmember Carling and Mayor Marchand for coming for our sneak preview at the Vine. Our businesses did us proud. They highlighted Wente Restaurant, they highlighted Kincannon Vineyards and the Mother Vine. If you haven't ever walked up and said hello to the Mother Vine, you're missing a very historic piece of Livermore. They highlighted the Ale House and their 6,000 beer cans on the wall. And they highlighted the Zephyr Grill and Bar and the relationship that they have with the Vine Theater, which is such a unique thing that we have going on. And of course, they gave them a ride on the Livermore Wine Trolley. So we've put together a great visual of great things to come to Livermore for, but we just touched the surface. And they couldn't say enough as a production team and the host of how impressed they were. And I think it was all genuine. They just were like, wow, we had no idea. And that's what we promise, is we're going to make sure that anybody out there is thinking they have no idea, we will be pulling them in. So again, thank you for supporting these businesses. The only one thing they asked is what? Is there a hotel downtown? Coming soon. Okay, thank you.
So what's the date on that dining out all on the road?
So it'll be April 7th at noon is when it's airing on KGO, ABC affiliate. But it's on our Facebook right now, going around viral. You can give us a call at our office. We'll send you a link. I think I sent you gentlemen all a link there, so you could be sending it to your friends and family.
It's a fun show.
It is. They
was
did
well
a
done.
beautiful job. It's definitely professional level that we're just really excited to be a part of their arsenal. Okay.
Great. Thank you. Keith Jess, Livermore Yoskaido Sister City Organization.
Thank you, City Council. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Keith Jess, and I am the president of the Livermore Yoskaido Sister City Organization. From March 14th to March 21st, we had a delegation of 36 people here from our sister city, Yoshikaido. We were celebrating the 40th anniversary of the sister city relationship between Yoshikaido and Livermore. In 1977, this organization was started between a small city in Japan and our fair city of Livermore. We share a tremendous amount of socioeconomic similarities between Yoshikaido and Livermore. While our guests were here, they were treated to sightseeing in San Francisco and Monterey, and they were also treated to a wonderful celebration on St. Patrick's Day at the Robert Livermore Community Center, which Bob Warner and Mayor Marchand both attended. Also, Kathleen Baker from the Assembly and Ann White from the school district attended. We, myself, and the rest of the organization would like to thank you for your continued support of our organization, and we have some gifts for you from the folks in Yoshikaido.
I was looking forward to the corned beef tacos, but it didn't quite materialize.
Each one of you.
Oh, thank you. Oh, excellent. Thank you.
As there's no rest for the weary, this Thursday at 7:30 at East Avenue Middle School, any seventh graders that would wish to attend an informational meeting about our exchange program, our eighth grade exchange program, are welcome to attend. It's a good time to get any questions answered and to find out what our student exchange program is all about. That's it. Thank you.
Questions?
I'll just make a comment that I was really happy to have represented the city in Japan last October. That was a wonderful opportunity, and that this time around it was really great. And it's just wonderful to see the kids and how much they enjoy it. It's really good. And I got the added benefit is this time we were able to be the host family for the president of the Yoshikaido Association, Yasuko, and she wrote the article that was just handed out. And the real great benefit is she made us a home-cooked tempura meal. So now we've learned how to do that, so we're trying it on our own. But this is the exchange with the two cities is just really good. And my wife commented on the fact that you have people that just come together, they don't know each other, but they just want to get to know each other and be friends and share. And it's just wonderful. And it was just wondering, that's the way the rest of the world ought to be, but unfortunately it's not. But this is a good start. So it's a wonderful thing that you've been doing for a number of years. So thank you.
Thank you. It makes the world a much smaller place. Thank you.
And these young people, they meet, they share time together for about a week, and they make lifelong friendships. It's really a wonderful program.
Oh, the amount of tears and the departure is really something else to see.
They become very, very good friends. Well, very good. That closes the Citizens Forum. Moving on to the consent calendar. These are typically routine items that are usually passed with a single motion. I understand that 4.07 is going to be pulled, so we won't be considering 4.07. I do have a card on 4.08, so what I would like to do is if I could get a motion for 4.01 through 4.06. I'll tell you what, let's take the comments and see if there's any additional. Okay, comment on 4.08. Ms. Copps. It was just too unwieldy to try to split that. Comments on 4.08?
I thought 408 was the ultimate, or the
Yes, it is.
ultimate landfill.
It's the ultimate landfill open space committee's recommendation.
Is that on here twice?
Pardon me?
No, it's not on here twice. And so, do I understand this right, where this is the resolution that would bring like $26,000 to Berkeley grad and Berkeley to study the Springtown Alkali Sink and then the Pleasanton Range, those areas?
Yes, it's at
$23,000.
$650.
Oh, okay. Sure. Going over that, I had some concerns. One of my concerns was that, okay, we've got reps from like Livermore, we've got a rep from Dublin and Pleasanton and a Sierra Club. Is that pretty much what makes up our landfill committee? Mm-hmm. Is that right? Okay, and so, and mostly we meet in, mostly you meet in Oakland, right? No? Okay, so with the Springtown part of it, I had a lot of questions, and I was kind of hoping that, you know, these would have been answered like a long time ago with Springtown totally together, you know? And so what my concerns are is that in 1988, there was actually a letter that I found online. It could have been fake news or whatever, but it's from the Fish and Game about that already being a sanctuary. And so I'm wondering, like, what is the point? What are they going to be mapping? I'm kind of concerned about where the boundaries are. That's city-owned property, right? The alkali sink? Is that city-owned property? The Springtown alkali sink, do you know? You're not sure? Okay, so I think it is, and I think that I just have concerns. Frogs hop, you know. There's turtles that were in the pond where they just took a lot of ducks out. I know there's sort of a connection to that land. I know that the alkali sink is bubbled in on the maps that you have as being separate from the duck pond where they just removed all the ducks. But there's turtles in that. There was always turtles in that, and sometime in the past, and I don't know if it's fake news or not either, the Army Corps of Engineers, I guess, covered up another pond to build on and build housing on right around that area. So I'm concerned if, like, we might have robbed Peter to pay Paul a little bit, if that's gonna be found in these reports, and what exactly they will be mapping. It's on a point system, I guess, where they're gonna map just, I don't really understand what they're mapping. If we could have a little bit more information on this, it would be good. And again, if we can bring Springtown as a whole up. Also, when the Ultima or Landfill Open Space Committee does meet, I think that maybe we could announce it here at a meeting and say that there's going to be a special meeting with them, because it is such a small group and it reverts back to a state agency. I think there even might be a conflict of interest with the university. You know, depending on how much weight this report will have, there might be a conflict of interest on its results. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Copps. A couple of questions there. Okay, Mr. Stewart?
You might ask me.
Oh, okay. You want to take a first shot at it?
Yeah. So there are a couple of things in there, but with respect to the Altamont Open Space Committee, what is the let's see, what number item is that? That's
4.08.
4.08. The purpose of that, and I'm the main proponent of it, is that we're building up a fund in order to preserve lands for open space. And what we don't have is land to buy, and we have money. So the idea was that within the constraints of the agreement that set up the Open Space Committee and the funds, how can we be more proactive in identifying lands to preserve? So the idea is to hire the consultant from the University of California who could guide us on a way to think about it. And so it's just simply to put prioritization against all the constraints on where we might want to buy land. And, you know, you have to, frankly, be careful because you can't target anything in particular, but it's generally to give us an idea. And then maybe something will surface in the area, and when it does, we will have already thought through how to make a decision. Because once something comes to the fore, you kind of have to act on it. They don't come out all the time, but just knowing how to think about this is very valuable. You don't want to have to go through all of this when an opportunity arises. So this is an attempt to be much more structured in our thinking of how to do this. And I'll just say, and I'll mention more later, but it was because we have this fund building up that I was able to mention when I went with Nancy Rodriguez and Celeste that we could offer to possibly buy the land back from the state around the Tesla Park. So there's a set of money there that I don't want to say burning a hole in our pocket, but we do need to get going on this. And so this is the first attempt. So it's a very good idea, in my opinion. So I don't know if you've got any other question on it. But if not, then I'll move the consent calendar absent, I think it was 4.07, right?
Right. Any other questions, comments? Okay, I have a motion.
Yeah, I'll second.
Motion by the Vice Mayor, seconded by Councilmember Carling. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It passed unanimously. Thank you very much. Moving on to public hearings, we have 5.01. This is the hearing to consider the 2017 housing element. We have Ms. Park.
Good evening, Mayor Marchand and members of the City Council. So I am back for another installment of the annual progress report for the housing element. The annual progress report is a tool for tracking the city's progress towards meeting the goals and objectives in the city's housing element. And the housing element is one of 7 mandated elements of general plans in California. Its purpose is to help local governments adequately plan for existing and projected housing needs. So we've completed the first 3 years of the 2015 through 2022 housing element cycle. The first goal of the city's housing element is to address the diverse housing needs of all economic segments of the community by allowing for a range of housing types, price levels, and density. The framework for quantifying housing need by income is the Regional Housing Needs Allocation, or RHNA. The RHNA is based on the state's projection of population growth for each region. The City of Livermore's share of the Bay Area's need between 2015 and 2022 is just over 2,700 units. The city is not required to construct this housing just to show that there is enough land that is zoned residential for this amount of development. The RHNA is divided into 4 income categories based on the percentage of the area's median household income, and that's for Alameda County. For example, a 4-person household in Alameda County would be considered moderate income if they made between $71,600 and $112,200. Tables A through B of the annual progress report track the number of housing units constructed in each of these income categories, including market rate and deed-restricted units. In 2017, the city issued building permits for a total of 402 units, which is similar to last year's activity. About 3/4 of these units are considered affordable to above moderate income households based on the sales price. Most are attached housing products, which have a starting sales price that is about $100,000 lower than detached houses, making this an important housing type for first-time homebuyers. Staff anticipates issuing about 400 residential permits annually over the next several years due to construction of approved projects. So the city implements a variety of programs to address housing needs, and Table C of the annual progress report tracks the status of these programs. To address the community need for more affordable housing options at the lower income levels, the city allows and encourages secondary dwelling units, implements an inclusionary ordinance, and leverages local housing trust funds to increase the stock of affordable housing. In 2017, 12 secondary dwelling units were constructed, 8 deed-restricted units were sold to low and moderate income households under the inclusionary requirement. And so one big project to highlight here is the construction of this Chestnut Square Senior Building, which began in 2017. This project includes 72 units, including a manager's unit, and 71 affordable rental units for seniors aged 62 or older, and making up to 60% of the area median income. It also includes 5 units set aside for people currently experiencing homelessness. So the next few slides highlight projects in the pipeline that will generate affordable housing in future reporting years. So first is the family building from the Chestnut Square project, which is currently seeking funding. Upon construction, it will contribute 42 units for low and very low income households, including 10 units for homeless people. The Sunflower Hill project was entitled last year and is also seeking funding now. It will provide 44 units of supportive housing for people with developmental disabilities and making less than 50% of the area median income. The Housing Consortium of the East Bay is working on a new project on North Livermore Avenue. The concept plan includes 2 components, about 24 affordable housing units and a supportive services center featuring an open heart kitchen facility. So more to that to come in the future. The last project to highlight is the Agino Apartments project, which is part of the Brisa neighborhood plan and is currently under construction. So this will add another 34 rental units affordable to very low income households, which will be reported on next year's annual progress report based on when we issue the building permit. Staff recommends that City Council offer an opportunity for public comment in accordance with state law and adopt a resolution accepting the annual progress report for 2017. Following this meeting, staff will file the report with the state's Department of Housing and Community Development and the Governor's Office of Planning and Research. Filing the report will sustain the city's eligibility for grant programs. So that concludes my presentation, and we're available for any questions. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Any questions? Councilmember Coomber?
I did see a couple of things in there that were very interesting, and that the I guess we're a total of 14 units that would be dedicated to for homeless populations, homeless seniors, and 4 for Chestnut, and then in the second one, 10 units. It's a good start, but it's a small start. And do we have plans in the future to try and increase that number so we can do something to get some of the homeless into a place where they can stay?
Good evening. I'm Eric Uranga, and I'm the Assistant Community Development Director, and housing and oversee the Housing and Human Services Division, which is responsible for different affordable housing programs in the city. Yes, as you see, Chestnut Square Family, seniors, as well as the Vineyard Project, all are going to include units for folks experiencing homelessness. We have made a great effort and policy that every affordable housing development that we construct will have a component that include housing for permanent supportive housing for folks who are experiencing homelessness. I want to highlight one key project is the Vineyard Project. Of that project, all 24 units will be for folks who are homeless, and it'd be permanent supportive housing, but it also include 10,000 square feet of commercial space that we use to provide supportive services. That would include Open Heart Kitchen being the primary one, which provide expanded meal program services, free meals 7 days a week. There would be Access Healthcare would provide mental health counseling services, also be showers and clothing programs, as well as Abode, who's a nonprofit homeless service provider, will be there also providing counseling. So we're working with the faith community and Homeless Refuge to expand the services on that side even further. And so, yes. In addition, both some existing apartments, Owl's Landing and Stony Creek Apartments, have agreed, the nonprofit developer there, Eden Housing, has agreed to take 8 of their units in each one of those on each site, so a total of 16 additional units. And when the units become vacant, available, provide housing for folks who are homeless there, as well as the supportive services they need.
I really appreciate the update, Eric. Thank you so much. That's good to hear.
Councilmember Spedowski.
Yeah, I have a question. Back in the end of January, the SB 35 statewide determination study was released, and it indicated that only 13 communities in the state of California met the very low and low housing requirements of the RHNA numbers. Will this help with our particular calculation? And I have to point out that 526 communities did not meet their standards during that review, and it's interesting to see of the 13 that met the standards, one of them is Beverly Hills, So I wonder what their low income is there. You
Their
know,
RENA number was 3.
West Hollywood, Napa County. So some of the cities that are meeting their numbers, it must be because they have such skewed incomes. But will this count towards hopefully meeting the RENA requirement?
These projects certainly will, but the challenge of those categories is that the market is not providing those. So the cities are the ones that are left to provide that support. And as the mayor mentioned earlier, we're pushing the state and the county to help in every way possible. Eric and his staff work on finding creative funding sources, but it is a big job. The RENA numbers and the demand in the Greater Bay Area are very high, but we're doing everything we can.
So even though we have to wait until it's market driven, we may be subjected to, quote, streamlining from the state to help move those forward, it sounds like. So that's something in general that I think we need to start having discussions about is, you know, and there are a number of issues that I've been tracking. It's not just with the RENA numbers, but losing local control with what we're planning, and this, you know, decisions coming down from the state and or higher are really scary in terms of what they consider streamlining and encouraging people to build units that may or may not fit certain areas of our community. So, thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I was just going to say there's been a series of really good articles in the local newspaper on what's happening at the state level, and there was one, I think it was today, and it was talking about Beverly Hills, and the reason that they met it was they only had 3. And the point there being that there's also the attempt, I mean, there's a belief that somehow these numbers are being kind of worked inappropriately. So there's a lot of pressure on the cities. And I think the thing is, I was going to thank you all for the progress you've done. I think it's really good. I want to point that out. And it was also mentioned there's always more to be done. But sort of a question is, I think in the scheme of things, we're actually doing better than most, is my understanding. Do you have any, can you amplify on that?
I would agree. I will feel strongly that we do better than most communities, especially considering our size. We currently have 9 projects in the pipeline at various stages, from Chestnut Seniors that's under construction to ones that are the sites are being secured, which will give us a total of, I believe, again, I don't have the exact number, about 420 additional units of affordable housing over the next 4 or 5 years. It does take time because of the frustration, because of the effort. It takes years to go from identifying the site to actually being able to move in, but we're moving that as fast as possible. One of the concerns we have in terms of meeting the numbers is it takes about, at the minimum, about $100,000 of local subsidy to build a very low income unit. That's if everything goes right. And if you have 836 units of housing requirement, 100,000 times 836, that's $83 million. We do not have $83 million of local money, although even though we developed the programs and council has approved programs that have generated, I would say, more local funds than just about any other community, and we're very proud of that. We still aren't able to meet that number because no one has, $80 million of local money. It's just not there.
So I wanted to, so thank you for the details, because I share the concern that Councilmember Spadowski just mentioned, is that what's going on at the state level is they're really putting pressure on the cities, and they want to take that local control away. And so I've been looking at this for a while, and maybe not tonight, but at some point in the future when I understand a little more, something I personally want to see, under matters initiated, is what action do we have to take? What action do we have to take in order to sort of mitigate what could happen at the state level? And fundamentally what that means is we're going to have to get around to understanding what lands could be in play and how can we control it. Because I don't know if everybody has seen what Scott Wiener is proposing, but basically take the control away from the cities and force the cities to build 8-story buildings. on anything that's within a certain distance of transit hubs. This is a big deal. And that may not happen, and the cities, of course, are fighting against it. But I do believe that these distorted numbers and the fact that they're impossible to meet on one hand, but there is, I think, clear evidence that there are cities that are dragging their feet. So something's going to happen here, and we've got to get in front of it. And we need to get in front of it for a lot of reasons, mainly to do more, but we're doing very well. But it's personally really worrisome to me that if these kinds of things go through, even though we're doing so well, it's really going to harm us. So we've got to get in front of it. So I don't know exactly what to ask for yet, but I'm just putting you on notice. I'm going to ask for something so that we can think this through and not be blindsided by what's going to happen.
And I think the legislation proposes within a certain radius of transit service that's 15 minutes or quicker. So, as a representative on the transit board, we can just go to 16-minute headways, and that'll be.
Well, I think the article also said 95% of San Francisco would fall underneath this edict from the way the Wiener has written this legislation.
Right, so it's a little extreme.
Yeah.
But something is going to happen. So we need to, just like some of the other items on the agenda tonight, where I'm coming from is when something is out there like this, we've got to think it through and be prepared on it. And we had Girl Scouts and be prepared, but we really have to be prepared on this one.
Well, I'll talk about this a little bit later, but in my meeting with Senator Wiener last week, he made it very clear that he was against single-family housing. That's been a mistake, in his words, for 50 years. He lives in a 30-unit condo, and he believes everybody should. So this is really a transformational effort. But again, I'll get into that a little bit later. But recognizing that homelessness is a regional issue. It is not just a Livermore issue, it is a regional issue. And in my comments about Robert Livermore, there are 5 shelters for the homeless, the disadvantaged, and the abused in the Tri-Valley. They are all in Livermore. That does not mean that there isn't a need in other communities. There is. Livermore is the community that has stepped up to provide and to serve that need. One of the things that was mentioned earlier is the city does not build affordable housing. We don't do that. We create an environment where a developer can come in and build that. But as Mr. Uranger pointed out, over $100,000 for an affordable unit, and in some cities, I've seen numbers as high as $300,000 of public money going into subsidizing an affordable unit. So I think one of the things that is going to be key is the wraparound services. When you're talking about someone that is coming in from having been homeless, the wraparound services are absolutely key because it ensures that they can succeed. We have seen a variety of different numbers on the incidence of mental health and substance abuse issues with the homeless. Well, recently came out there's $2.5 billion sitting around for mental health funding, which has not been used. And this is being held up by the local and county governments. We need to get those funds released so they can serve the people for which they're intended. $2 billion in homeless funds that are tied up in the state. We need to get these funds released so we can start working on the local level to solve these problems. We're constrained as well, and I think we're doing a tremendous job, but you want to make sure that if people are coming in out of homelessness, that they can succeed, and that's where the wraparound services, which are ongoing, which means you need an ongoing funding stream to provide for those services, and that's where we have to partner with the county and the other service providers. And you guys are doing an awesome, phenomenal job. And we get those 2 new folks, Claudia and Dominique. They hit the ground running, and they're doing a great job.
Yes, we're very lucky to have them. It's been they hit the ground running, and they've been working really hard in developing a lot of different programs and projects. It's a complex issue, and we're just starting to see results now, but it's going to take some time.
one was here for a week, and she was already giving a presentation at the county, so telling them how to do this. So again, great efforts. It's big, it's complicated, and we're working to bring the resources together to help solve this. But again, this is a regional issue. It's not just a Livermore issue. Any other questions at this point? Yes, I do. I've got a card, 5.01, Mr. Barker.
Good evening. My name is Andrew Barker. One of the first things I did when I was starting to think about getting involved in Livermore politics was go to one of the workshops for the creation of this housing element, this 2015 to 2022 housing element. And I noticed that at this meeting there were very few people. Your staff outnumbered the number of citizens at the meeting. And that seemed strange to me because it seemed like a fairly important document, a fairly important plan. But it turns out you guys just don't take it seriously. I've heard a few times you saying that you're feeling a lot of pressure from the state. Well, I'm hoping to put a little more pressure on you with just the little voice that I have. Mr. Urenga said that a very low-income unit requires a $100,000 subsidy from the city. I'll point out to you that that's about the price of 1 1/2 parking spots in a garage. But you guys care a lot more about finding space for rich people to park than you care about finding space for poor people to live. I'd like you to change that. Another sort of indicator of the seriousness with which you take the housing crisis is your comments about being forced to build housing, as if housing is some just horrible thing. I mean, how could we build housing? We have to be forced to build housing. Housing is a good thing. Housing is a blessing. We should have more of it. Another indicator of the seriousness with which you take this plan is the way you follow the recommendations and follow the long-term plans that have been established in the housing element. Let me just read a couple examples to you. From page 310 of your housing element, it says that the minimum density in the downtown core is 30 to 55 dwelling units per acre. You are currently planning a downtown redevelopment that has density less than half of your previously identified minimum density. Another thing, a goal from your downtown specific plans is also on page 3-10. A goal is to identify opportunity sites that provide immediate development prospects for new housing and that offer the potential to deliver a significant number of new units. And this page gives as an example the Livermore Village site, which you are currently trying to put as little housing as possible on. And then there's my favorite from page 3-18, where it discusses specific sites for affordable housing. It mentions 2121 and 2139 Railroad Avenue. I encourage you to look that up on Google Maps. It says, these sites will remain reserved for affordable housing upon completion of the RDA dissolution process. Of course, you're ignoring that recommendation as well. I encourage you to do better. You say there's no funding. There's actually a lot of funding. The funding is for space for rich people to park. Please provide more space for poor people to live. Thank you.
Mr. Scott, you can hand that to Mr. Urenga and then speak, please.
Thank you. I'm curious about the metrics. You put up the number of housing for homeless. How many homeless are out there? What are the metrics for that? Yay for what the nonprofit Everyone Home is doing. They did a survey last year, January 20th, 2017, and they said in the Tri-Valleys there's 180 homeless out there. If somebody thinks there's only 180 homeless out there, they're delusional. There's also the metric from the mayor's summit in the spring of 2014 where a survey was done. It took 1 3/4 years to do the survey, so in the fall of 2015, that survey was completed, and that's the last survey I know of over 2 years ago. So I ask what the metrics are on the numbers when you put the number of housing units up there compared to how many homeless are out there. Yes, I understand, and I agree with you, Mr. Mayor, that it's a regional problem. I think it's unfair that Pleasanton, Dublin, San Ramon, and Danville and others dump their homeless on Livermore. However, saying it's a regional problem does not solve the problem in Livermore, California. So you also, where's the money here? So I'm looking at the grants to the Human Services Commission here. It's 8 categories, and you push Open Heart Kitchen as part of that. Well, it seems like you would fund them greater than 50%. They requested $20,000, and you're going to fund them. Here's the recommended funding for $10,000. And by the way, in this category of 8 categories, the public services, food, nutrition, and health, the total is $37,000. That's half the category for administration of all this. That's where the priority is there. On the housing, well, you mentioned Abode Services. Abode Services is in here 3 times. They get a little thing here for the second largest request for a grant for $270,000. So I sort of wondered about them. I did an anecdotal survey of the homeless out there, not a scientific survey, and asked a number of homeless what Abode Services does for them, and overwhelmingly the answer was 0. I understand Abode Services does great things with other categories here, the Hope Mobile and things like that, but maybe that's why you're funding them in your largest category here, the capital and rehabilitation for just under 30%. Yeah, follow the funding. When you look at the housing percentages up there, moderate, above moderate, yeah, look at the percentages for the extremely low and the low income in comparison there. What's happening here also, not just the homelessness, it's the community. When the young people can't buy a house here, they leave. You're exporting community assets when they leave. When the elderly can't retire here, they leave. You're exporting community assets. And yes, Mr. Mayor, there's mental illness in the homeless community. It's double the population out there. But according to a recent article in Science magazine, a publication of the American Association for the Advancement of Science, 1 out of every 6 Americans is dealing with mental illness. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Anyone wish to speak on this item? Okay, I'll bring it back to the council. I'll close the public hearing. Comments, questions from the council? Is there a motion to accept the report? Yes.
Yeah,
Vice Mayor?
I'll in a moment make a motion to accept the report. I think what we just heard from the public are very good points, and I think there's a balance that we have to strike here. And I personally don't think, it's not my impression, that we're against the housing or trying to do this. We're trying to put the funds there. But I do want to just reiterate that the concern that I seconded that Councilmember Spadowski brought up is it's very important for local control, and there's a difference between just housing in general in certain numbers and being forced to go to 8 stories in the downtown and in places like that. So there's a balance here between community character. So I think we've got to solve the problem. I think Livermore, frankly, is doing more than most communities. I also submit that we can do more, and that I appreciate the input we just got, and I would hope that we continue the community dialogue and that we get more people at some of these meetings. As you said, very few people showed up, and that we cooperatively address this within the constraints we have. So I wouldn't say that so my impression is we take this seriously and we're trying to do something about it, and I also acknowledge we can do more and we can work with the community to do it. So with that, unless anybody else wants to say anything, I'll move that we accept the report.
A motion, is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Councilmember Coomber. Just to add a little bit to what the Vice Mayor said, I was also extremely disappointed as we've gone through a number of public hearings at the number of people that have spoken out against providing workforce housing and against providing affordable housing. And I find that very troubling. I've actually heard people talk about that they spoke out against young people in this community, and the fact that we are becoming so divisive and so polarizing. We're trying to strike a balance up here so that we can continue to be this remarkable, inclusive community. And it doesn't serve anybody's purpose to start talking about, well, we don't want affordable housing. We do. We want to be, personally, I want teachers to be able to live in this community. And to have people say, well, we don't want them in our community, I find that very troubling. I want police officers to live here. I want entry-level firefighters to live here. So this is part of the balance that we have to strike. We hear from people that don't want affordable housing, but this community needs it. And as somebody said, we don't want people to have to leave this community. We want them to be able to stay here. We want them to be able to live here and raise their families here. So this is something that we're working in a very constrained environment. So when I was back in D.C. in January, the CDBG funds from the federal government were zeroed out. Nothing. They said, don't expect anything. And we're continuing to work on that to ensure that we will be getting these CDBG funds. Prop 218 constrains us as far as what we can raise money for because you have to have a nexus. And so this is the environment in which we live, and we are trying to achieve all these goals. We've got some very, very talented, very clever people here that can find these funds, that can leverage these funds, and to make the most use of them. But we need to serve everyone in this community. And the people up here at this dais, we're committed to everyone in this community.
So, and I would, just one more thing that I was thinking about. I've also read those articles about the amount of money that's been held up at the state and county level.
Stunning.
It's just outrageous. And because we know at the root of a lot of the homelessness is with respect to what those funds would have addressed. So I don't know where we go from here in terms of what action we can ask staff to initiate with the other cities to put pressure on those agencies to just do their job.
I wanted to quickly echo Vice Mayor Warner's comments earlier about my comment about local control, and it's not fighting the state on every little thing or in particular housing numbers, because the state holds all the cards, and if they say thou shalt build X number of units, they have the ability to pull the vast majority of our funding if they really wanted to. I mean, our budget is around, $230 million a year right now, and of that, about $100 million is generated by sales tax and property tax. The rest comes from state and other grants that they control. But when I mention local control, that goes part and parcel with making sure we have the facilities to maintain what we're building. You heard Mr. Stein earlier mention about the sewer capacity. We have any number of issues that you need to consider when you talk about growth in the community. So that, it's keeping it at a local level. You look at the Plan Bay Area or the One Bay Area plan. They looked at housing densities. They didn't really consider, they sort of considered transportation. They have nothing in there that addresses water, sewer, public safety, any of those issues that are related with growth. So when you have this state level mandate coming down, many times it doesn't really consider all the impacts. And that's where I'm saying local control is the best. So it's not a complete, I don't want it to be interpreted the wrong way. It's just that we are the ones that can decide what's best for our town, or city, sorry, and make sure that we can provide the available services.
Councilmember Carling.
Yes, thanks. I appreciate the comments from the public as well as my colleagues have pointed out. I'm a little disappointed that we're viewed as that there is a view that we are being forced into creating the housing that's necessary for low income and affordable housing. I mean, I certainly don't think that's true. And so if we're seen as that, I'm disappointed that we haven't made that clear. And I think we ought to work on that as we move forward, because I think we all share the knowledge that we are representing a community made up of people from all walks of life, from those with very, very little to call their own versus people that are pretty darn well off. And I certainly am a person of reasonable means, and yet I hope that I'm also seen as a person that cares about the rest of the community and is not being forced into something. Because that's certainly not me. I care about all the people and hope I represent all the people in this community. And I, for one, will continue to work on trying to develop the kind of housing we need for the homeless, for the less able to pay, and for even the folks that are teachers and firefighters and so on, that we've talked about affordable housing, to provide for that for downtown. So that's what I have to say. Thanks again for those that speak up, because otherwise, we don't get that kind of input unless you folks let us know. So thank you.
And I have seen you in a Habitat for Humanity construction zone making a difference in our community. So you put your actions to work there. So thank you. Any other questions or comments? Okay, with that, I will call the question. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Passed unanimously. Good work. Thank you very much, and keep up the good work. Okay, that was 5.01. Now moving on to 6.01. This is a discussion and direction regarding the California Voting Rights Act, 2001. Mr. City Attorney, Mr. Alcala.
Mr. Mayor, yes, thank you. Before you this evening is a staff report about the California Voting Rights Act that was requested by the City Council back on February 26th. I'll have a brief staff presentation just to walk you through the staff report. The fundamentals, the California Voting Rights Act was enacted in 2001. Its purpose was to implement the equal protection and voting rights provisions of the California Constitution. It was premised on a belief that at-large elections dilute minority voting strength, and it was modeled after the Federal Voting Rights Act. The two important components of this particular act: it only applies to at-large election systems and from-district election systems, and I'll go through what those are in a moment. The California Voting Rights Act also encourages the transition for cities to move from at-large elections to by-district, district-based elections. It does that by creating a private right of action for citizens to file lawsuits against organizations and cities to promote and further the goals of the California Voting Rights Act. And in addition, a private right of action provides an attorney's fees provision. Now, the three types of ways that council members are elected in municipalities are: one, by at-large. That's a situation where the entire electorate within a city votes for all the candidates. The second way is district elections. There's two different types. One is from districts and one is by districts. A from district election is a situation where the city is divided in two districts and particular candidates must reside within a district area. However, the voters that select the candidates are the entire electorate of the city. The last one is a by-district election. That's a situation where both the candidates on the ballot as well as the electorate are in each district. So a candidate resides within a district, but only those voters within that district get to select that particular candidate. Now, what does the California Voting Rights Act prohibit? It prohibits, let me call it straight out of the code, it says you cannot use an at-large system to dilute or bridge the rights of voters who are members of a protected class. Essentially, it focuses on what it determines and defines as racially polarized voting. Racially polarized voting, in a nutshell, is defined as difference of choices, voting choices, between a protected class and the rest of the electorate. It's also called a separate electorate test. One thing to note, the absence of a local protected class candidate, say for a local election, is not determinative. It's the entire ballot. It's both for candidates locally, statewide, regionally as well as ballot measures. Examples that courts have looked in the past have been polarizing initiatives such as Prop 187, Prop 209, and most recently Prop 227 in 1998. One of the differences between the California Voting Rights Act and the Federal Voting Rights Act is the burden of proof. Under the Federal Voting Rights Act, a plaintiff must show that a protected class is sufficiently large and geographically compact to create a majority in a single-member district. So you have to show that there's a vocal group out there that votes similarly, and they can be in a defined area that then can become a district. That's necessary in the Voting Rights Act to actually show establish that a violation has occurred. Not so in the California Voting Rights Act. That element doesn't need to be proven for the violation stage, but rather is considered at the remedy stage should a matter go to court. Now, there are several ways to shift from an at-large election system to a by-district. Again, the CVRA encourages this to occur voluntarily. One way, and this has been the tradition in California for several years, is by local initiative. The electorate or the city council can place a measure on the ballot to make the shift from an at-large district election system to a by-district, district-based election system. So that still exists. In addition, as this law has evolved since 2001, several years ago, the state legislature created a second opportunity to allow local municipalities with populations less than 100,000 to make that transition voluntarily through the adoption of an ordinance. And they set forth a procedure, and I'll go through that in a moment. That was adopted back in 2013. 2015, the legislature, again, trying to encourage cities to take advantage of this voluntary opportunity, removed that 100,000 population. It allows all cities to now make that transition from at-large to district-based elections by ordinance. Now, again, the process to shift is either by initiative, voluntarily. What is that process? If you either receive a letter challenging you or you do it voluntarily. If a city decides to do it voluntarily, it's set forth in the elections code. The city needs to have two different processes. One's a 30-day process where it seeks public input on what those district boundaries should look like. So it has to have two public hearings within that 30-day window. It takes that information, synthesizes it, comes back with an initial plan of those district boundaries. That's followed by a 45-day process, again with two public hearings to solicit community input on where those district boundaries should be drawn, are they accurate, and any fine-tuning is necessary. It then returns back to the City Council for ultimate adoption. If adopted by the City Council, it will then take effect at the next election that would occur after that particular vote. The difference between that voluntary process and the voluntary process involving a letter is a safe harbor that was created by the California Voting Rights Act. It states that if someone were to attempt to sue the city for a violation of the California Voting Rights Act, it must first serve the city with a letter. So you have the opportunity to voluntarily shift. And upon receipt of that letter, the city has the opportunity to figure out whether it would like to challenge, whether it believes it's vulnerable, or it wants to make that transition. That's a 45-day window. So the city has that opportunity to make that decision whether it wants to voluntarily make the transition rather than litigate the matter. If it wants to make that transition, it has 45 days to adopt a resolution of intent and then ordinance to initiate that transition. Thereafter, it has 90 days to complete that process I described earlier, the 30-day outreach on what those boundaries should look like, prepare the boundaries, and have a 45-day process to determine for the adoption of those particular boundaries. Three considerations with regard to making the transition. Before you today, if you were to entertain a transition to a district-based, district-based election system. One is legal, and that's a countering exercise. One question you may have is whether this can be accomplished in time for this November election. Looking at different metrics, the first metric is there enough time to meet the legal requirements between now and that election? On paper, if everything is adhered to, your initial process, your 30-day and your 45-day, and you initiate this with your first meeting in April, you're talking coming back at your first meeting in July. So you're just under the wire. Other considerations that should be taken into account are the administrative component, which is the City of Livermore consolidates its elections with a countywide election. The County Registrar of Voters, we've contacted the Alameda County Registrar of Voters to determine whether they can accommodate that transition for this election in November. They've indicated to do so, they would need to receive the shape files for the districts and precincts no later than mid-May. Mid-May is less than your 90-day window away from us. So by that metric, you would require an extraordinary effort, both legally and otherwise, to meet that deadline. But on paper, your initial 30-day window, a public outreach, followed by your 45-day, would exceed that. You're coming back in July, so you're already outside that window by that metric. The third metric is if you had received a letter today and we're working through the 135-day process. By that metric, it would be very difficult to accomplish that in time for before the election in November. So the process would be that you have the opportunity. Now, you still have local control. The city has the option to do nothing. You can wait. You can wait and see how the law continues to evolve. There does seem to be a continuing trend to move towards away from at-large districts and move towards by-district, district-based elections. But you still have control of when you want to make that decision. If someone were to send a letter and allege racially polarized voting existed in Livermore, we could evaluate that situation, but you have a 135-day clock within which to act, and that's a safe harbor. What does that mean? That means if you meet those benchmarks within 135 days, the city's exposure for attorney's fees is limited to $30,000 for all people who send letters. So that's $30,000 for everybody. If the city doesn't make that transition within 135 days, but rather chooses to litigate the matter, that $30,000 cap for attorney's fees exposure is removed. And then it determines on what happens at the trial court. If the city were successful, it would not be liable for attorney's fees. If it were unsuccessful, it would be liable for attorney's fees. So that is what the state legislature has adopted following the federal model. If you have any questions, I'm here for you at this time. Otherwise, I believe there are some public comments as well. So, any questions, I'm available for you.
Okay, questions for Councilmember Carling?
You said that the law is likely to evolve. Is that, I mean, what, do you have some basis for that, or you just,
so far
it's been evolving and you think it will continue to evolve, or what?
I believe it will continue to evolve. When we look back at where we were in 2001, that's when the California Voting Rights Act was first adopted. Very few cities made that transition, and I'm not aware of any city that voluntarily made that transition. Since that time, there have been a few lawsuits that have challenged cities on that basis to determine whether there is or is not racially polarized voting. There have been challenges to the act itself to determine whether it is or is not constitutional. It has been upheld to be constitutional. The legislature has taken several measures since then to encourage cities to transition from at-large elections to by-district elections. There was a failed bill several years ago that drew a hard line in the sand and said every city with a population over 100,000 must make that transition. That bill did not make it out of committee, so that one did fail. But it's still, there's interest in revisiting that issue and bringing it forward. Again, that 100,000 rematerialized 2 years later, saying that those cities under 100,000 can make that transition by ordinance. The latest adjustment in 2015 removed that and said all cities can make that transition by ordinance now. There's no sign that that will be receding. There have been a number of cases that have challenged this on a basis to say, is this a basis, are you determining districts using racial profiling as your litmus test? That has been determined at the federal level on the Jingles case to be determined not the sole basis you can rely upon. Other factors have to be considered. But even on the federal level, with a higher standard, they are encouraging cities to make that transition.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions at this point? Just looking, okay. Okay, we're getting close to 9 o'clock. We're going to take about a 5-minute break before we take public comment. So I've got about 10 cards here. So let's take a quick break, and we'll be back here shortly after 9. Thank you. All right, we're ready to go. All right, we're going to start the public comment period for 6.01, the discussion and direction regarding the California Voting Rights Act. So we've got about a dozen cards here. So we'll start with Nate Moore, Rivka Several, and Tamara Royce. Mr. Moore.
Mr. Mayor and City Council members, thank you for giving me a chance to speak. I'm concerned about the current discussion around districting in the city of Livermore. There's a few problems. For starters, there's going to increase the cost. We have to meet deadlines that, as the city attorney has been very clear, are compressed to say the least. When you try and push things, they cost more. It costs more to print extra ballots. It also serves to isolate us. As Mr. Wente was kind enough, we are one Livermore. We should be one Livermore as long as we so have the option to remain one Livermore. Lastly, it prevents potential candidates from running. We as a community do our best when all of us can come together, and that means we can draw candidates from any section of the city, not just some part of it where they happen to be. What districting would do in Livermore is it would insulate incumbent candidates. It would reduce the candidate's cost of running as the incumbent, but shouldn't be the concern of the sitting council. Taxpayers shouldn't bear the burden by setting things up to save money for someone to run a campaign. But I understand that we may not have a choice. So what I say is, if we are going to go down this path, if we, the citizens, want to go down this path, then any method we choose should be absolutely transparent to eliminate any suspicion of gerrymandered districts. It should be the people of Livermore who decide, by voting, not the city council, who potentially stand to benefit the most. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Rivka Several, Tamara Royce, Jacob Anderson.
Hello, and thank you, and Mr. Vachon, thanks for your support of Best of the Best.
Already, that went through fast.
Yes, I work for the foundation at Las Positas College. Regarding this, my gosh, a lot is on your plate already, but I'd like to just make the point that in the little research I've done on this, it is coming down the pike, but not really quickly for cities of our size. So we do have time. I would ask that we continue to have a lot of public input in this. I know it's kind of bitchy in the past with the downtown development, but put it to the people, put it to the voters, and let's move with caution. I think there's a lot of reasons why it will be difficult for Livermore to adopt this quickly. We want to continue to have a city council that represents everybody and is voted by everybody. We want to be one Livermore. That's one thing I would agree with Carl with. And I think it'll be difficult to find qualified candidates if we split our territory into these districts. So please do consider moving slowly on this. There's no impetus to do it quickly, especially for a November election, and keep involving the people who want to be involved with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Several. Tamara Royce, Jacob Anderson, Nancy Mulligan.
Hi. Yes, I kind of want to echo what the last couple of speakers said. You know, if it isn't broken, do we really need to fix it? At least do we need to fix it right now? And I'm not sure we've heard anything that we're in violation of the Voting Rights Act. So I would really want us to find out more information just on that level, you know, legally, what's the demographics? Where are we? Are people really being disenfranchised by our current process? I'm not sure they are. You know, and I'm concerned, especially right now, the timing of all this. You guys just voted to do away with campaign finance limits. And I was not a fan of that idea, and I advocated looking at other ways to reduce the costs of elections, and maybe districting could be that solution. I really don't know. But to do both at this point and to do it right before the November election, it just kind of seems funny to me. And it seems like it's really a move to insulate incumbency. And I hope that's not the case, but it just doesn't look good to me. And I would think that, we don't want to let our personal divisions that have been occurring in the recent past interfere with what is a really important process of electing our council people. And I certainly hope we're not going to do this just to dilute the effectiveness of Friends of Livermore or the community group or whoever is, in that moment in time, really speaking for a large segment of the population and has the resources to give that a voice. So, I looked at some of the costs of this. I found an article from the San Diego area. Carlsbad spent $106,000 just on a demographic consultant and outside legal assistance to implement voting districts. Other communities, Vista paid $49,000 $8,300 to a demographer. Encinitas paid $45,000 for an independent consultant, up to $150,000 for various additional expenses. Let's see, Poway spent over $2,000 on public notices, $42,500 on a demographer, $31 something on special legal counsel. So this is a very expensive process, and I would hope that you do get a lot of public input, that it's absolutely transparent, and that we really, if we're going to do this, we do it with the right level of thoughtfulness and research before we start moving forward. There just isn't enough time before the next election. Thank you.
Thank you. Jacob Anderson, Nancy Mulligan, Jean King.
To be honest, I'm a little disheartened by the comments I've heard so far. I believe in a government of the people and giving people a voice. Districting would give a voice to people that feel that they have no voice. For example, I live in Springtown. And as many people know, Springtown sometimes feels like they are not heard when it comes to what the council does. Sometimes this feeling of a lack of representation is because of a true lack of representation, but other times it can just be because a community does not feel heard. Springtown currently does have a representation, but not many people know that council member Spadowski actually lives in Springtown. By having districts, though, people would feel more comfortable bringing important issues to their representatives. Many people don't know the issues that are specific to different parts of town. If you lived on the west part of town, you would not know that there are only 2 streets that connect Springtown to the rest of Livermore, and that these connections have no space for bikes and only 1 small pedestrian sidewalk for each overpass. It's not that these issues aren't important to people of Springtown, but that they do not feel that they have a voice. Districting will bring a voice to the people of these districts and make them feel like they can make a difference, not only to Livermore as a whole, but their corner of Livermore as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Nancy Mulligan, Jean King, and Joan Green.
Okay. I feel that dividing the city into districts prevents citizens from having a voice with the entire council on broad community issues, which I think most of the issues probably are. Finding qualified candidates willing to step up and run for office is difficult today, just as it is. It's very likely that from time to time a district will not have a candidate that steps up. What would happen if no candidate applied in a district? This further removes the council's right to choose their city leaders. According to the County Register of Voters, the cost for elections in Livermore would increase by 50% with a by-district election. I really don't feel that anybody is particularly disenfranchised in our city. Maybe in other cities it's different. But I have a question. Would the whole city then not vote for the mayor? Would the mayor of our city only be elected by part of the city?
It would be at large. The mayor would still be at large.
Thank you.
Okay, Jean King, Joan Green, and Michael Frederick.
Hi, good evening. I'm having trouble with the idea of electing council members by district. Does Livermore have a problem that we're trying to solve? I think we should investigate that, whether we really do have the problem. And how will having districts solve that problem? Or will districts have a negative effect on Livermore? Livermore is a relatively small city, and I can't believe that it needs to be divided into districts. If we have district election, every voter can vote for the mayor and 1 council member, but they will not vote for the other 3 council members. If there is no candidate in a district, the council can appoint a member as a representative, and that district's voters will only be able to vote for the mayor and they will have no vote for any of the other 4 council members. This is not the citizen participation that we want. I am concerned that having council members who represent a certain district will have a tendency to divide the city rather than unite us. I like to think that every council member represents all the citizens, not a particular segment. This council members have a good record of doing that. The city makes a very good effort of having town hall meetings, reaching out to the public. And one example of the city council reaching out were all the workshops that you held for the outreach program for the downtown. You went out to all the different areas of the city and you had those workshops. Another is the multiple workshops you're having for BART. I really think the council does a very good job of representing the whole city and reaching out to the whole city, and I don't think we need the districts. When there was a question about the Springtown Golf Course, the whole city voted on establishing the open space, not just the residents of Springtown, because the whole city was interested in the Springtown issue. The whole city voted on the southern urban growth boundary, not just the residents along the southern boundary who would be the most affected, but because the whole city was interested in that. I think it is good to consider the law and review the situation. It's good to be prepared, but we need to know if there is a problem. And if there is a problem, what do we need to do to fix it? And is it really districting that will solve the problem? Do we have a solution looking for a problem? Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. King. Joan Green, Michael Frederick, Evan Branning.
I responded when you called my name. I was not saying something, and that is absolutely true. I'm reading a statement from Walt Davies, a member of the community since 1959. He said, "Dear Mayor, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I wish to express my opposition to the concept of district elections for seats on the city council. Electioneering by district would have the effect of driving our city's election districts apart. We need procedures and processes that will create a more cohesive civic assembly, not less. Sincerely, Walt Davies." Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Green. Michael Frederick, Evan Branning, and Brent.
Good evening. I grew up in a town not much smaller than Livermore, and I've maintained close contacts with it up to a few years ago. I spent a lot of time there each year. It had district elections. And what I felt was that it caused a lot of little special interests that council people had to make deals with each other in order to, you rub my back, I'll rub yours, or whatever the expression is. And I didn't think each individual council person really represented the interest of the city as a whole. And that's why I think at-large elections are a good idea. It's also a little unseemly that just after lifting your campaign contribution limit, you now are thinking about changing the way the elections occur in Livermore just before the election. How are the districts going to be drawn? Who's going to draw them? Is that going to be really acceptable to the population? The district elections may be forced upon you at some point in the future, but right now I think it's a little premature and certainly not before so close to an election. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Frederick. Evan Branning, Brent, and John Stein.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. So I'd like to start by asking to address the council member Bob from South Livermore. So if there happen to be 1, 2, or 3 white older members of the council with the name Bob who lived in the same part of town, it would be odd and hard to say the diversity overwhelming on our board currently. I look at the room behind me, I look at the people who've spoken, and to be frank, anyone who has come up and said there is not a problem has been older, whiter, and richer than the average person in Livermore. It's a group of people who would like to see a council that looks like them, that acts like them, and that they can identify with. And I would say that that is something that everyone should have the opportunity to have. A council that looks like them, a council that represents them, a council that acts for them. If I looked at the council, I do not feel represented personally as a younger member of the city. When I speak to members of North Livermore, many of them come out and say, why would I even bother voting? Why would I come to meetings? Why would I speak in front of the council? They're not like me. They would not understand my struggles. I know from speaking with you that all of you are very empathetic, that all of you have done a wonderful job of listening to the community, that all of you have done everything you can to make Livermore a unified, collective group. We work together and we're stronger together. That is true. However, the reason the district elections are important is because it gives people an opportunity to run. I've heard people speak before me saying that this will disenfranchise, this will make it a challenge for newcomers, that this will make it easier for incumbents. The opposite is true. Currently in Livermore, there is a group that advertised with hundreds of thousands of dollars in the last election. There is no candidate who could stand up against that, regardless of unlimited funding. However, in district elections, a candidate could go out and knock on every door. Their neighbors could prop them up. Their friends could get them to be a winner. Our council would have to be out there in their community, speaking with every member of their district, talking with everyone. This will give an opportunity for a room, for the next city council room to look a lot different than this. If you look behind me on the camera, do we see diversity? Do we see the representation of Livermore even in this hall, let alone up on the podium? This is our chance to act. From what I understand, this will be the best chance we have to act while we still have control. Inevitably, we will have districts soon. Now is your chance for the city and the citizens of Livermore to take control of the districts themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Branning. Let's see, next is Brent, John Stein, and finally Denise Ledden.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. It's been said that when you draw lines to keep communities of interest together, you wind up creating districts that, by proxy, are partisan. As partisan as if you drew the lines with party labels or national origin, because you're drawing them with values that are definitive of partisan labels, natural origins themselves. What I don't like is when the state mandates I have to vote for a particular person because they're within my district or not in my district. I want that freedom. I want the freedom to choose who I vote for. Really, when I look at this, and what the city lawyer is bringing up is really a risk mitigation ordinance, is what it comes down to. If someone comes up and some bottom of the barrel lawyer wants to say that we're disenfranchising some part of our community, they can get somebody to file that suit. And we either have to defend it or make changes. And I agree with most of what the city attorney talked about, but AB 350 does build a safe harbor. So what I'm asking for is take it slowly, like you did when we were looking at downtown. Yeah, a lot of people didn't agree with it, a lot of things I didn't agree with. But at the end of the day, you did your job and I respect you for that. I'm asking you to do the same thing here. Don't rush this. We have a safe harbor. You have 135 days. If some lawyer finds someone that wants to sue the city, we can turn around, 135 days, the council can act. Will it be ready for the new election? Probably not. I don't think we need it before the new election. Let's keep it the way it is for now, study it, and if we're going to draw district lines, which the way things are going in California, that's where we're going to end up at. Let's make it a very concise and determinate move. Let's not do a knee jerk. Let's take our time, study it. Visalia switched in 2017 to doing this. They were 46% of the population was Latino. After the switch, not a single Latino was voted into office. There was even two districts that were up for grabs. No one even ran in them. So I think there's really a lot of unanswered questions. right now we don't have, because of this new way of doing it, we don't have a ordinance on how to address if someone doesn't run for a district. Who appoints it? How do we let the community know they're up, this is up for grab? It's something we got to really think about. And if we rush it, we're going to make a knee-jerk decision, and a lot of people aren't going to be happy. So all I ask is that you take your time, let's study it, and if it's not broken, let's don't fix it.
Thank you, Brent. John Stein, Denise Ledden.
John Stein, 1334 Cathy Court. Many of the points have been made by previous speakers. Basically, this law was originally passed by attorneys, and in some cases, predatory attorneys look at this as a way of creating business. The defendants cannot sue for court costs, but the plaintiffs can. So it's sort of unbalanced. The results of district elections in some cities have been competitive, conflicted councils rather than working collaboratively for the good of the entire community. They become focused upon their own district. Previous speakers have mentioned white, rich, north of the freeway, young people. I don't think any of those are protected classes. So I'm not sure where that would happen. We're a pretty homogeneous community. It would make campaigning more competitive and easier for an individual candidate to finance versus a PAC, but our system seems to be building up immunity to PACs now. I mean, the NRA, the Coalition for America, Friends of Livermore, we're developing an immunity to that, so that will, I think, eventually disappear. Other questions are, how do you set up districts? I mean, do you set it up on the basis of number of voters, population? How do you gerrymander it to get a certain protected class and still keep it relatively compact? It's expensive. I think, what we have now is working. I don't see any large demand by the public or anybody except maybe an attorney to change it. So I would urge, as previous speakers have said, if it's working, don't try to fix it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stein. And Denise Ledden.
Thank you, Denise Ledden. I'm surprised. By-district elections are a bad idea for Livermore. Livermore is too small for this to be effective. Livermore citizens need to vote on citywide issues that have a broad effect on all. Don't limit Livermore citizens with by-district divisions. I have a diverse ethnic group of girlfriends, but it's hard to get them to come to city council meetings. I've gotten a few of them to come, but they only come once. I'm Latino. I could use my maiden name, and you would see if I were to dye my hair back to its color. Now isn't the right time, and in the future, when it becomes right for Livermore, I will help Evan Browning, and we can go out and find a candidate. So I don't think the time is right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ledden. Okay, that's the end of the cards. So close the comment period and bring it back to the council. Comments from the council. Councilmember Carling?
Yeah, well, it's one of the good things about being on the council is you get to hear different points of view, and as much as I appreciate Jason Alcala and his summary, I think it was better, I understood better where people were coming from, just from the people that have just finished speaking. So I appreciate all the comments. There was several people talked about, are we trying to fix a problem? But is that even relevant?
So only I can address that because that was brought up by a number of speakers.
Yes.
With regard, if you are initiating the process by yourself voluntarily, The statute says that you would declare you're making the transition from at-large districts to by-district, district-based elections. That's adequate to satisfy the California Voting Rights Act. You don't have to go through that next step to determine if they're a class of individuals to be formed within a district. That, again, that's at the remedy stage. If you do it voluntarily, you don't have to do that analysis. However, if someone brings a lawsuit and you actually have judicial oversight at that point, the court would take that into account when defining where those district lines should be drawn. So that's just, I want to draw that distinction for you.
Okay. Well, okay. I think the thing I heard from a majority of folks was to not rush into this and, fall back in some of the processes that we've used recently and with public hearings and getting folks to express their points of view. I mean, I think there are a lot of unanswered questions. I think Mr. Stein brought up, how do you create districts? Is it by population? Is it done by voter registration? Can you help us with that?
Certainly. You would need a demographer. They would look to your last federal decennial census.
So that'd be 2010.
Look at 2010, find out where those populations reside within your city, and draw districts based upon population of roughly equal proportion. And you want to have them contiguous. And you would have to take into account in the city that you have certain areas that have industrial zones that don't have voting residents, you have commercial zones, you have arroyos. Take all those factors into account to define, if you stick with your current constituency, of 4 council districts. But those factors will be taken into consideration.
Okay, thanks. I'll let somebody else.
I had a question. Just a quick follow-up. So if we were to receive a challenge, we have X number of days to address that. If not, then we have to go to court to fight it.
Correct. So the safe harbor that's created is you have 135 days within which to control your destiny if you want to move voluntarily. And that caps the attorney fees at that point to $30,000. If you don't act within 135 days, you can continue to litigate the matter, and you can still make the transition at some later date. But you just lose that safe harbor.
And cities are choosing not to litigate based on other cities that have tried and failed. What were the outcomes of anybody challenging this?
So 2 cases that I've cited in my staff report, one of which is the city of Modesto. They're one of the first cities to actually take this challenge head on. They received a letter threatening that, alleging that they had racially polarized voting. In response, the city responded saying they didn't believe so, and it went to court. The outcome was the court determined that the threshold is very low to sustain a violation of the California Voting Rights Act, because you don't have to make that showing that there is a distinct population that's centrally located. And the attorney's fees in that case, I believe, were paid out by Modesto for the plaintiffs was over $1.4 million. The attorney's fees, but their own attorney's fees were about $600,000. And they were compelled to move towards district elections that were formed by the court.
So it's typically, and from what I understand, cities that have challenged this usually end up losing. I haven't heard of a case where they win and they usually end up spending a couple million fighting, and then they have to go to districts.
You can do that. One of the again.
So that's why typically when you hear cities, they receive a letter and they suddenly just, okay, we have the 130 days to comply. That's why they're complying, because they know that they're going to lose.
That's the way the statute has been constructed, which is to create this incentive, unfortunately, to place pressure upon you and other city councils to make this transition rather than face that outcome, with the goal being that if you have a district-based, by district-based election system, you're no longer subject to the California Voting Rights Act. You're still subject to the Federal Voting Rights Act, but that's a higher threshold to show that there's been a violation. So you're darned if you do, you're darned if you don't.
Yeah, and one of the other part of my day job, I have a monthly meeting with all of these cities and the county in Contra Costa County. And, we enter into various discussions about what's going on. And, it was mentioned earlier about a demographer costing $50 to $100K. That's cheap now. Mm-hmm. They are now going $300 to $350 for demographers because they're in such high demand. I mean, I'm almost at a point where I'm telling my 10-year-old daughter, you know, become a demographer when you grow up so you can afford to live here in town. But they really are in high demand because you have to do the detailed analysis to figure out what's going on if you receive that legal challenge. So that's another cost there as well. Okay. That's the only question that I have right now, but you had
Just
something
one
else?
final comment. A lot of the considerations that you're going through right now, and you've heard from the lectern, have been experienced by communities throughout the state. And I think everyone's going through the same analysis that you're going through today, which is, do you respond? Do you wait? You have local control. That's one thing that is preserved right now under the current state of the statute, is you have the ability to define your own course from this point forward.
Yeah, I've got a couple of comments and then a set of questions I want to take the attorney through. So first of all, I think it's interesting that there was a headline in a paper that I think was not exactly the situation. The point was, in the last meeting, the idea of districts was brought up. So then I asked for the city attorney to come back with information. By no means was tonight about rushing to do anything. So that was misconstrued. I also think it's interesting that that people got so exercised on this that we even had people from Berkeley and Danville coming to talk about Livermore districts. And guess who that group, what group those people are associated with, okay? And the other thing that I think is wrong, incorrect, talking about unseemly to talk about districts after having removed the campaign limit. The reason I voted to remove the campaign limit is because the incredible amount of money that was spent in the last election by a PAC. So limiting the campaign contribution to an individual candidate was nothing more than symbolic. There is no illusion, in my mind, as to that same PAC is going to again spend hundreds of thousands of dollars in an attempt to buy the next election. So let's be clear, that's what's going on. Okay, so with that as a backdrop, we're not talking about fixing a problem in my mind. We are asking the attorney, what's the situation? So I'm going to ask 3 questions that then correspond to my understanding of the situation. So the first of all, based on your analysis of the trend, is going to districts a likely inevitable outcome?
Right now, the trend has shown no signs of reversing.
Okay. Second, what do we need to do to basically immunize ourselves against an attorney that is trying to force us to go there? And I just want to make sure, because I think you've answered, I just want to go through this. What I've heard is, if we get a letter, we've got 135 days to then adopt the right kinds of resolutions, and once we do that, we can limit the attorney's fees to $30K. If we attempt to fight this, we're, as was just mentioned, we're possibly looking at millions. Okay? So, third question, is it possible to even conceivably think about this for the next election? And the answer I heard was no. Is that correct?
Yeah, you have one opportunity, but using 3 metrics, you're failed on 2 already. And the third one that would give you potentially that opportunity, you're already late.
Right. So, before getting all excited about this, it's important that the way to behave here is to have an issue raised, understand the issue, and then deliberate it in a very calm, rational manner. So, with that, I think the issue at the moment is moot with respect to the next election, that the obvious thing to do is just cool our jets and see what happens. I believe we will probably get a letter and in some period of time, we'll have to move there. And I know that there are a lot of people that wish life wouldn't change, but I believe we're on that path. I don't know what the time frame is, but it's, you know, people, I think, should relax.
Councilor Cooper?
I mean, I agree in principle with most of the speakers. From the legal side, I understand that we're going into a pinch point. It's traffic on 580 meeting 680, and we're to get to that point, we're going to get all squeezed onto the shoulder or wherever else. My concerns for districts. We get to decide on the entire city up here. We get to hear from the entire city, from every corner, and I do, and I'm sure all of us do at some point. What would concern me is once we have districts, that the issues within that district become that council member's primary concern rather than the good of the city, and that really troubles me. That's something that we have to figure out how to deal with, because we can't make it. We're not New York City. We're not San Francisco. We're 90,000 people, and I'm just not sure that we are, as Mr. Stein said, we are homogenous. There are no pockets of any kind of a demographic in any one neighborhood. I think virtually all of our neighborhoods have certain elements of our entire demographic range within the town. I'm not sure, from what we heard a little bit of, that the city has no prohibition on anybody who's younger running for office. I would welcome it. I don't think anybody else needs to, there's one way to get into it, and that's by taking out papers and running, well, no matter your age, unless you're legally, 12 or something. But these are, I just really concerned that we lose sight of the whole city and instead concentrate on a district. That is probably my most concerning point before we get into this.
Comments other than
sure.
my questions earlier. First comment: am I old? I don't know. I feel like going out and getting some Just for Men or something. Dyeing the goatee and the hair, maybe shaving the goatee off. I don't know, freak my daughter out. But I guess I am getting old. But anyway, existential crisis aside there. I wasn't at the last council meeting. I was fighting the flu that's going around, and I was watching it on TV 30. And when the speaker,
And you felt old.
yeah, okay, fine. I guess I'm old. I'm not even 45 yet.
But you have been called Bob.
I've been called Bob. Yeah. Well,
So
does
we're
that
good.
make me old?
No, but it could.
All right. Well, anyway, so I'm at home and I'm watching it on TV 30, and I see the speaker come up and suggest looking at district elections. I thought, wait a minute, here it comes. There's going to be a letter, that night or something happening soon. And of course that didn't happen. And I heard the council say, yes, let's find out some additional information. And I think that's what we're doing tonight. We are talking about it. We're preparing about it. It's great that people showed up and everybody has comments, and we're starting to hear it as early as possible. I know some communities are just, again, sticking the fingers in the ear and just saying la 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 la, just not listening, not preparing at all. And when you get that letter, you have 130 days. So I think it's great that we have this level of conversation. We're starting to get it out there. I am a little surprised at, I guess some of the thoughts that we were going to make a decision tonight, or phone surveys about the issue. We are merely discussing and trying to prepare. I think that we do need to hold off, short of any letter or any formal legal challenge. It is expensive to go to districting. The speakers that spoke tonight about that, you think about it, the county clerk now has to do a separate set of tallying, a separate set of candidate statements going out to a separate group of people. It increased the cost. So as many elections as we can to kind of, go at our own pace and possibly save money by not having the expense of district elections, I think is good. but you also have to temper that with, once you do receive a letter of notification, you have 130 days, or you go to court, you fight it, you spend $1 to $2 million, and then you go to districting. So that's something that I can't abide by. I do not. I think when cities try to fight losing battles and it wastes taxpayer dollars, I think that's a shame. So what we're doing tonight is kicking off the discussion to minimize the impacts if and when this occurs. So that's where I'm at. I think it's great information. It's great that people are now aware, but it seems like it is coming at one point or another.
Vice Mayor?
Just quickly, we're going to add, I mean, I'm kind of in that same path here, and I think, frankly, what we're doing is saying, okay, we could maybe do something and maybe avoid 30,000, but we don't necessarily have the rush. So we're basically saying we can afford the 30K when that happens. And I think that's where we're at. So that's it. But by no means would I recommend trying to fight this and risk millions.
Councilmember Carling?
Yeah, I would agree with that. I would just like to, I think most of the people that spoke tonight were suggesting we should cool our jets. So I'm not sure that anybody would, or very few were suggesting that we ought to rush into this. I also would point out that I do think there's a segment of this community that's not represented, and that's the folks that live in and around Maryland Avenue School. I mean, my wife, as many of you know, taught school there for 10 years, and there's a pretty large Hispanic population that lives in that particular area of town, and I think it obviously not represented by any of us up here, and to the point that some people made with Ms. Ledden's exception, there's not many Hispanics that come to these meetings. And so I do think that is a population that is woefully underserved by us and by the folks that typically come to city council meetings. But I think, like my colleagues to the right, I think we're of a mind to push this off, and we certainly can't do it for November, is what I understand. So,
All right.
The last thing I just want to do, and I forgot to mention this earlier, is just thank the city attorney for a very thorough set of information that I think puts the situation, makes it real clear. Thank you.
Certainly. I'd just like to end my comments, unless you have further questions, and I'll turn it back over to you. The role of the city attorney and your staff at this point is to identify what risks are out there and help you analyze your best path forward, whether that's to shift the risk, avoid the risk, or prepare for the risk. But we're there for you, whichever decision you make or wherever you want to go.
All right, very good. Okay, just want to get into this. So there's been a lot of comments tonight. Certainly appreciate everybody's passion and their concerns about this. And I was actually confronted with this in a couple of different ways. I remember a number of years ago, I was asked to run for city council, and this was when I was young, before I was gray, and when I had good sense. No, but my kids were little. They were 5 years of age, and I understood the amount of time that this was going to take. And I said, no. I said, I can't do it because my family is more important than that. And I can't take that time away because, I left the comment a while back when somebody said, oh, the mayor only runs 2 meetings a month. Yeah. I'm in probably 30 meetings a month. I do get to run 2 of them and a couple of others, but it's a tremendous time commitment, and that when you couple that with an ongoing commute that a lot of the young folks are having to do these days, it's brutal. I mean, I commuted to Fremont for almost 30 years, and hour each way, and I was lucky because I left at 6 in the morning. But some of these poor folks, their commutes are a couple hours a day each way. So, that's why some people may get involved and some people don't. It is a tremendous time commitment. I love the comments about, well, if it's not fixed, if it's not broken, don't fix it. It doesn't matter. This isn't something that we've really taken upon ourselves. This is something that's really being sort of foisted upon us. And how do we deal with that? We're talking about SB 827 and AB 2923 about having mandates foisted upon us. And how do we have to deal with that? Because these are mandates that are coming down onto us. I will tell you, when I was on the Zone 7 Water Board and this issue came up, I opposed it, because on the Zone 7 Water Board, we all understood that we represented the entire region, and that was where our focus had to be. We couldn't be lodged in provincialism or factionalism, because we represented the whole region. And there was when I was on the board, 7 people were from Livermore. We ran the place, but it wasn't Livermore-centric, because we understood that there were things that needed to be done in Dublin, things that needed to be done in Pleasanton, and we looked upon it as a region. I think that's what we have up here. And we're always out in the community, everywhere in the community, getting the best understanding that we can. And it's unfortunate that people think that, well, just because I don't live in the west side of town or in the central part or in Springtown, that you're not represented. Absolutely. We take this very seriously, that we represent the entire community. Where we end up with this, I'm very interested in how these districts are set up, because I'm concerned about if we are looking at Springtown, and we've heard about that tonight, I don't want to get to a place where, there's going to be a 90-acre park in Springtown. What's in it for the downtown? Or what's in it for West Livermore? And I don't want to get into those discussions, because it's what's in the best interest of the community. And a 90-acre park in Springtown is in the best interest of this entire community. But I don't want to get into things about where I'm not going to vote for this unless you vote for my proposal. Like, suppose we're looking at the downtown. Do we want to get into an argument about, well, I don't want to do that in the downtown because I'm not getting anything in my part of town? So it's an issue that's being foisted upon us. I think that we're going to deal with it in the best manner that we possibly can, but recognize that we represent this entire community, and we look after the entire community's best interests. And we will continue to do that. And how we go about that, it looks like maybe just a matter of time until we go to district elections. But let's do it in the best possible manner, in the most thoughtful manner, and in the most transparent manner, so that it does benefit the entire community. So, any further comments?
Yeah, one thing on that, I forgot to make sure it's clear, that one way, once the letter it arrives, then to stop the legal fees, then we can adopt, say, something that includes districts. But we just have to move on a timeline. So we have there isn't any gun to your head where you have to do it on some kind of compressed timeline. But there is a timeline that you have to meet, which allows for plenty of time to do this in a very deliberative manner. That's what I understand.
There's a safe harbor provision that you can adhere to. That's the 135-day window. So that a lot of different things have to transpire within that time period. You have to adopt a resolution of intention to make the transition from at-large to by district-based elections. You'd have then be followed by an ordinance to make that transition. You'd be followed by a 30-day process to do outreach as far as where those district boundaries should be drawn, and by a 45-day process after that as far as what those districts should look like once you've drawn up your plan. Now, that's just the process to limit your exposure to $30,000. You can take longer. It's just at that point, you're going to be there. If a lawsuit does get filed, you're then subject to judicial oversight. So there's somebody else you have to invite to your discussion. But you do have the control over that.
Yeah, I mean, the point is that there's timelines that have to be met. There are doable once you kind of enter into this process. There's plenty of time to make sure that there's full transparency and everything, and that it's not done in any kind of underhanded way. We just have to go there, and then typically you would hire from what I understand, you hire a consultant that helps you draw that, and the consultant is just trying to balance several factors in terms of population and everything else. But it isn't something that the council necessarily has to get in there and start doing all this little stuff. And I wouldn't anticipate that whatever future council has to face this, that they would behave that way. So I think what we're talking about is we've got a lot of information. We kind of understand the process now, and we can kind of deal with it in a very rational manner.
I have one more. Suppose we never get a letter, but we would have to go to districts when we reach 100,000. Is that the law?
Not current. That is not the current state of law.
Well, it's not the current state. Okay.
There was a bill that did not make it through the legislature.
That's what you said, right? Okay. So, if we never receive a letter, and the law stays the way it is now, we may never need to go to district elections.
That is correct.
Okay.
One more quick, Councilor Cooper.
To qualify for the $30,000 level, okay, what are the administrative costs we'd have to take up to do all the background work to come to that? I can't imagine it being cheap or fast. I just wanted to know what all the costs were in that. If we save our, if we were to rush into something and get out of it on the cheap end as far as litigation is concerned, what would we have to do to manage that evaluative and administrative cost that goes into that?
Certainly. Setting aside what the cost of an election would be for a district election, that question's been raised. Putting that to the side, just the process to make that transition, your cost would range, attorney's fees again to the side for the plaintiff, would range somewhere between $50,000 to $150,000.
Okay, so this just sort of came to me. So we are elected to represent the residents in land use decisions, how the city operates, the fees, all that sort of stuff. This really is at the heart of how we are elected by those residents and how they choose to have their voice. I know that the courts frequently side with the voters on a number of issues that if it comes down to one side versus another, they'll typically side with the voters. What if we put this to a vote? What happens there?
That's an interesting scenario. So far, when I was performing my legal research, I had not encountered a situation where a city had placed an initiative on a ballot to make the transition from an at-large district to a by-district, district-based election system, and then was faced with a challenge afterwards. Now, if the ballot were to go forward and be approved to make that transition, the council then define the districts after the fact. We just make that transition, make the notice of intent to make that transition. If the electorate voted against that, voted it down, you'd still theoretically have that exposure under the California Voting Rights Act. But you raise an interesting dichotomy, and that question and those facts have not been presented to the court for analysis yet.
Okay. You can look at that later.
Somebody will definitely be that test case.
I just hate to be the first one out there. Okay. No. Okay. Well, we've been all over the map on this. Do you have sufficient direction at this point?
You have, like I said, the city.
Would you like a motion to sort of tighten this up a little bit?
Well, it's a pleasure for the council. As far as right now, we're just seeking for direction.
Right.
So if you want, various items of direction you can deliver to staff right now are: 1, do nothing at this point; 2, to return with a resolution to express your intent at some point in the future to make that transition to district-based, by-district, district-based elections, but then to engage in a thoughtful process to follow. The other one is to return with an ordinance as well, or anywhere in between. So your alpha is do nothing. Your omega is return with an ordinance. A resolution is a half step. So that's what you're looking for.
I would just be comfortable giving direction to kind of monitor what's going on with other cities, and just if you have any ideas to prepare us should we receive a letter. We haven't received a letter. Maybe we won't. Maybe we will. But it's good that we're having this discussion, and just let's be as best prepared as we can if we have to go down that route. Just direction.
So if you, assuming that was a motion, I'll second it.
I'm not making a motion. I don't want a formal motion on this. I just want it to be 3 head nods.
So I think we're looking at just direction and head nodding. Is that
just
kind of
direction and head nodding. So mine's a definite.
Okay.
I'll head nod according to that.
Okay. Do we have head nods?
Can you say it again?
Oh, jeez. No, I'm too old. I can't repeat it. Sorry.
So I can
So just monitor.
To monitor the situation and see how it continues to evolve. I would focus both with that direction, what is occurring here in Alameda County and our neighbors in Contra Costa County, and then report back during attorney-client communication. And if we do receive a letter, I would join you in closed session under the threat of litigation.
Right. It's just to monitor, see what's going on with other communities. And by the way, if anybody ever wonders what closed session is like, it's pretty much what Jason presented. It's a lot of information very quickly, and it's a very good briefing. So anyway.
Okay. Sufficient direction? Okay,
Sounds good.
very
Thank
good.
you.
Thank you. 6.02, discussion and direction regarding the 2008 Livermore State and Federal Legislative Platform.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, members of the council.
I was going to say, we had a couple step up here, and all of a sudden they changed their mind.
They were just anxious.
Just decline, it's getting late, no. Okay. I am Christine Martin, your assistant to the city manager, and I'm here presenting the 2018 federal and state legislative platform for your approval this evening. Just as a reminder, your legislative platform provides a formalized, proactive approach to monitoring and addressing the hundreds of state and federal legislative bills that go through the system every year. The platform is based on Livermore's core values as well as city council goals. The platform provides direction and guidance, allowing staff to move quickly, either in support of or in opposition to any legislation that's been proposed, especially in time-sensitive situations. The first platform in the city of Livermore was developed back in 2013, and it has been updated annually ever since. Those annual reviews look at city needs and issues currently happening that year, as well as staff input and an examination of the League of California Cities priorities and strategies. The key categories in the legislative platform this year are city local control, fiscal stability, housing planning and sustainability, infrastructure, job creation and economic development, libraries, public safety, science, technology and innovation, transportation and parking, and water. The platform is posted on the city's website. It is also worth noting that for about a decade, the Tri-Valley cities of Livermore, Dublin, Pleasanton, San Ramon, and the town of Danville have joined together to advocate together on important regional issues such as BART to Livermore. And just last year, the Tri-Valley cities created their first annual legislative framework with 7 focus areas. Those focus areas are included in the city's platform as well. Tonight's staff report includes 3 resolutions of support for 3 upcoming ballot measures. The first is Prop 68 for parks and drought measures. The second is Proposition 69 to constitutionally protect transportation revenues from being diverted. And the third is the Veterans and Affordable Housing Bond. The city infrequently endorses or opposes ballot propositions. However, these 3 2018 measures offer potential funding for programs and projects that are consistent with our legislative platform. Again, staff recommends that council adopt a resolution approving the 2018 state and federal legislative platform, as well as the ballot measure resolutions. This concludes my presentation, and staff is available for any questions you may have.
Okay, questions for staff? Okay, we've got 3 cards, Andrew Barker, Rochelle Snedecor, and John Stein. Mr. Barker.
Good evening, council. It's Andrew Barker again. One of your items on your legislative platform is to advocate for local control, and although that is often a good idea, it is not always a good idea. So I would suggest that you modify that for special areas of concern that are better handled at a state or regional level. And the one I'm going to bring up is one you're going to disagree with, but I will say it anyway. The housing affordability crisis in the state of California is so serious of an issue that it requires a very serious and very dramatic response. And although SB 827, which you've mentioned with hatred a couple times already tonight, is not a perfect bill, it is the only thing that has ever come up in California that is even remotely close to the appropriate scale for dealing with the crisis that we are facing, that I don't feel like you fully appreciate the level of the housing crisis we have. So housing is a regional issue, it is a statewide issue, it is not best understood by local control. In fact, I will often hear people say, you know, the real problem is that places like Palo Alto and other cities on the peninsula should build more housing, and that's absolutely correct. In order to make that happen, you need to make housing dealt with at a more statewide level. So please consider that in your legislative platform. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Parker. And finally, John Stein.
John Stein, 1334 Cathy Court. There's an item in the water section advocating for the bypass, essentially, of the Delta to ship water to users, primarily sponsored by Los Angeles and large agricultural interests. That essentially would provide higher quality water during normal times to the city of Livermore. In the long term, it would probably result in less water being available because a lot of new users would develop to the south of us. Also, it would probably represent the death of the Delta. There are right now physical limitations on overpumping the Delta because seawater comes upstream and brackish water is not very usable. This would substitute legislative controls. And as we saw during the last drought, both the state and the federal government essentially bypassed environmental controls in a state of emergency. The Delta smelt is almost extinct, and if we do this, essentially, the Delta will become brackish. It will affect recreational opportunities, fisheries, Delta farmers, and in the long term, the city's water supply. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stein. Okay, I'm going to close the public comment period. Comments from the council? Yeah. Who wants to go first?
About Mr. Stein's comment, do we have any comment from staff about possibly switching that to monitor instead of support legislation, so it gives us a little bit of flexibility? I think there could be conveyance systems that we would look at, but then there might be some that we'd want to oppose.
Or why did we support it at this point?
Basically, it's on the list because it's where the city gets 80% of its water in the whole Tri-Valley. Staff would be willing to amend anything that the council wants on this when we could change it to monitor.
Yeah, because it wouldn't stop us from supporting those conveyance systems that may not be the twin tunnels or the single tunnel or whatever tunnel they're talking about now, but something that we can weigh in on later. I don't want to just blindly oppose any conveyance system yet. So it's kind of a general statement, but then it does have that specific in there, so I would like to switch it to monitoring.
I think one of the reasons that this is in here is because the Zone 7 Water Agency has come out and they have given their support. And one of the reasons for that is that when people talk about sending water down to Southern California, we are Southern California hydrologically through the Delta, so we are Southern Cal. So that's why Zone 7 came out with their support for the conveyance systems. I would support monitor as well.
I think you got even more than that. I personally, I don't support the tunnel.
I don't either.
Well, it depends on what the conveyance is. So I think it says develop new water conveyance.
It says peripheral canal or tunnel.
such as.
Well, I agree.
But what I'm trying to
Why'd
say
they
is
include those two?
that's not a such as.
No,
in
I
my
agree.
mind.
I
That's
agree.
not. It's such as something else other than is the way I would phrase it.
Right.
So no, I'm
I'd
firmly
oppose it.
against that option.
My city attorney's reminding me that we can do that with a motion.
Right. So I think I go with monitor.
You with monitor? Okay. Okay.
Okay.
So we have 3 monitors here.
So what we have, we have a series of resolutions before you this evening. So if you would like to modify your staff's recommendation for this particular item with regard to your legislative platform, the action would be if there's a motion that includes that change, that would be the main motion. If it's seconded, then you can vote upon that.
Sure. I don't know if we have any other.
I wanted to, Mr. Barker brought up the housing one.
827 and local
Well,
control.
wait a minute. Why don't we just finish each of these? I mean, there are more, right? Or why don't do we want to just make a motion for that?
I thought we were going to move, I thought the question was to ask to move for the complete thing, so I would.
With amendments.
And
That's
so,
correct.
okay, so I wanted to ask about the housing. Is 827 in the legislative platform?
Maybe
I
not
didn't see it.
specifically. Under housing, probably not specifically.
That is correct.
Supports development and enhancement of safe, decent workforce housing, accessible housing, support legislation that
Can I
increases
ask Mr.
financial assistance.
Barker what he was referring to in the report, please?
Well, he's looking for support on 827. And,
Oh, I see.
and
You
also
want-
probably AB 2923. But part of the problem with those is, from my perspective, and as I said, I've spoken with both Assemblymember Grayson and Senator Wiener about both of these, is that they don't solve the problem of traffic. They don't solve the problem of affordable housing. The affordable housing has been caused by 100,000 house, excuse me, 500,000 housing units being built in Silicon Valley and San Francisco, and less than 60,000 housing units. So if they require us to put 8-story buildings in Livermore, that just increases the gridlock traffic because you're not addressing the problem in the Silicon Valley. So really where the target needs to be on that is the need to go after the cities that have jobs housing imbalances of greater than 2, 3, or even 4. So that's where we need to have action. Facebook right now is putting another 2,300 jobs at the end of the Dumbarton corridor where there is no transit. So we need to target that legislation to require housing where they're doing the job creation. And yes, that will supersede local control, but that's the hammer that we need, not putting 8-story buildings on bus lines in Livermore.
That wouldn't happen anyway because of the size of the streets, right? I mean, there is a provision in that legislation that specifies the size of the street, right?
No.
Yes, well,
width of the
it does
street?
talk about size of streets. However, if you're talking about transit corridors, and they need to modify that, what they count as quality transit. If you're talking about BART station, great. The problem with this high-quality transit notion is bus lines can move. You know, you guys just moved a bus line. So what if somebody had put an 8-story building next to a bus line that was considered a quality transit stop, and all of a sudden the bus station moves? You still have the 8-story building, and you no longer have the ability to move those people. So we still need to have a sense of local control.
Jason's.
Yeah.
Jason's
Sorry.
grabbing
I
his
just
mic.
want to. So what we have before you today is a series of actions dealing with 3 bills, and then one is your legislative platform. SB 827 is not currently among those bills. So
Okay.
if you wanted to modify your platform to create that opportunity, that's one thing. If you want to debate whether to support or oppose SB 827, we can return with that.
This is justifying the insistence on local control.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay. Thank you.
We're not going to go after that one yet. It's not even, hasn't even been submitted yet.
Correct.
But I think if I could,
Sure.
I mean, the logic for supporting the local control is that we've got the potential out there for hammers coming from the state that would hurt us, even though we are doing our part within the community, such as the housing and jobs balance. So the question is, why should we give up local control because other communities are not doing their part? I mean, that's the fundamental logic train here. And that bill that we were just talking about is an example of where we would be hammered because other communities are not doing their part. So I personally, in no way, want to see us give up local control.
Well stated. Okay.
So I have another question
Sure.
on this. So the thing that we just spent an hour or so talking about was the districts. And I think there's something in there with respect to the districts. And there's some, and I got to confess, I don't really understand the nuances here, but I would just want to make sure that what we're saying doesn't set us up for kind of like bigger problems. So can you kind of explain how, given what we've just talked about, is the potential, I'll say potential inevitability of where we're going, and we don't want to make it look like we're not cooperative here, is the wording right that allows us to kind of, walk the line here, or how, say some more
Certainly.
about how it's phrased.
Certainly, there's a provision in your platform that reads, opposed legislation, this is under your city local control. It says opposed legislation that requires cities to use district-based elections. You now have that option. Again, we're looking down the next part of that trend, which is to change it, say you must. Again, those bills have been on the legislative floor in the past, but they have not made it out of committee.
So
this would allow us to.
So what we've got here, based on our previous conversation, I would say that the language we have here is consistent with that.
It is.
Right? Just want to point that out for those that are out there and kind of get excited about this thing, that the language in the platform is to oppose being forced.
That is correct.
Okay, we're also, part of this package is a resolution supporting Prop 68, 69, and also SB 3. So we're clear on those?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So do we need a motion, or we good to go?
Yes. So, do you have a motion?
All right, I'll move approval of the legislative platform with a modification to page 40, Water 2, to change from support to monitor, and then also to support Proposition 68, 69, and the, I guess it's the resolution supporting the Veterans and Affordable Housing Bond Act of
SB 3.
Yeah, I didn't say it in the, but it is SB.
It's in the back, yes.
Right, yep.
Yeah.
I'll second.
Okay, moved by Councilmember Spadowski, seconded by the Vice Mayor Warner. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Passed unanimously. Very good, thank you. Now we have Steve Stewart and Sherry Sheets stepping up to the table. 6.03, downtown synopsis and frequently asked questions.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. Again, I'm Christine Martin, Assistant to the City Manager. Just as a reminder, back in February, Council directed staff to bring back information on the approved downtown plan to clarify and help with outreach. So to accomplish that objective, staff has 2 documents for Council discussion and direction this evening. The first is a synopsis, which provides just a brief description of the approved plan's key elements and why they were incorporated in the plan. The second is a set of frequently asked questions with responses, and these are intended to address the community questions the community has raised since the approval. A site plan is provided on the screen for you this evening as a reference to aid in your discussion, and if the council directs, staff would post these documents on the city's website. Staff's available for any questions you may have.
Okay, questions? I have no cards. Does anybody? Oh, we have cards sneaking up here as we speak. Okay, thank you. All right, any questions for staff at this point?
No, I'll wait until after speaking. speakers, but I may have a few comments, additions.
Okay. There we have. Questions, comments, none? Okay, moving into the public comments, starting with Nate Moore, Rivka Several, and Tamara Royce. Mr. Moore, welcome back.
Thanks for having me back. Good to be here. Actually, Mr. Wente moved me in one of his speeches. So my concern when I first came up here was going to be talking about the parking that's available to everybody. But one of the things he said to me is, one of the things he said made sense to me. He says, you know, how we work those details out is not as important as us all working those details out together. But there's a few things that do matter. The one piece that I want to still bring up about the parking is there's a total number of units that's allocated, and they include the number of units allocated to the hotel. I work in the financial district. There are hotels all around. None of the parking spaces available in hotels are really available to the public. They're all pretty much reserved. So if we're planning on double use of those hotel parking spaces, we probably ought to rethink that. The other thing I want to make sure that we do, I spent a lot of time working with handicapped individuals. There's a dearth of handicap parking downtown. I want to make sure that as we're doing this, we make sure to take care of the people that do have disabilities, because it is a strong concern of mine. Thank you.
Thank you. And, you know, I was remiss. I meant to bring, I'm sorry, thank you. I meant to mention this during 4.05, but that was the Downtown Work Authority, and part of that in the consent calendar is to ensure that as this downtown is being staged, that at no time do we have less parking than we have now. So that was a really cool piece in there, but that was to ensure that as everything gets staged, we will always have more parking. So that's addresses part of your comment. Thank you. Rivka Several, Tamara Royce, and Kelly Cousins.
Well, we must have been thinking about the same things, because I did want to reiterate the need for handicap parking near the bankhead. Recently, I went to Alice in Wonderland with toddler grandchildren, my mom in a wheelchair, and it was a slog, friends. It was hard to get there. The second thing is I had listened to a TED Talk recently, Daisy Froud from City Metric, who found that citizen engagement opportunities usually happened once in smaller cities because of the problems afterwards. She felt that citizens were withdrawn from their very active, multifaceted outreaches too soon in the process. So it was a very interesting talk to me. I would really encourage that we continue to have good dialogue about this. Hey, I was a West Sider and I'm here, you know, we're all still alive. But I want to go back to the handicap parking, because please, it was very difficult. We almost missed the performance just trying to get all the logistics. Thanks.
Thank you. Tamara Royce, Kelly Cousins, Jeff Caskey. Oh, Tamara Royce left? Okay. Kelly Cousins, Jeff Caskey, David Rounds. Ms. Cousins.
Thank you. Good evening, and City Council and Mayor and staff. I'm a member of the Exploratory Committee that is working towards the creation of the Tri-Valley Arts Career Center. I have served as a spokesman for the Exploratory Committee for the Livermore Cultural Arts Council and other meetings. We now have commitments for the funds necessary to engage a consultant to conduct a feasibility study of the proposed Art Center, Career Center. HTA is a group familiar with the Tri-Valley area and has been chosen and will start work immediately. Our mission is to help youth develop the skills and confidence to invent careers in the arts. The focus is on culinary arts, visual and narrative arts, performing arts, and stagecraft skills.
Exploratory research has been proceeding on the Career Center for over a year. Our committee has grown to 16 members. In addition to representatives from all 3 of the Tri-Valley school districts, members include those from Las Positas College, UC Merced, Tri-Valley Regional Occupation Programs, Congressman Eric Swalwell's office, Alameda County District 1, Livermore and Pleasanton Cultural Arts Council, LVPAC, La Familia, counseling and parties representing higher education, and a local restaurant. The feasibility study will assess a number of sites, including the land just east of the Bankhead Theater and west of the ice cream store on Railroad Avenue. The connection with the Bankhead and the downtown location for the restaurant were viewed as having important advantages for this site. We ask that any decisions that the council is making in regard to using the parcel on just east of the Bankhead for 6 to 8 parking spaces take into consideration an alternative use as a Tri-Valley Arts Career Center that would serve the needs of a broad spectrum of our youth. Thank you.
Ms. Cousins, quick question. The Art Career Center that you're talking about, will the feasibility study also include the feasibility for parking for that facility?
We haven't determined that yet, but that's certainly an issue that's of concern to people.
Because we're talking a 150-seat theater and about a 150-seat restaurant. That's going to take some, and in the classroom space as well. It's a fantastic idea, but that's going to require a significant amount of parking. So I'm wondering if that was included into the proposal.
Well, that would certainly be probably included in the surveys that are being done.
Are you looking at other sites as well, or is the importance of the Bankhead connection?
No, just one of the sites. But
okay.
I think when I was here before, Mr. Comer had said that the site right next to the Bankhead would be not very good for the parking area, and it seemed like the rest of the council agreed on, or let it die. So I just wanted to let everybody know where we are in the process, and that we are looking at different sites, but this is, I think, an important program for the schools and the region.
Yeah, well, very good. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Keep the good work.
Thank you.
Jeff Caskey, David Rounds, and Marianne Brent.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Initially, there was $14 million from our Affordable Housing Fund to be paid back in a market-based development by the various developers. The logic was sell the land, pay back to the developers, and pay back the loan. Okay, as we know, that plan sort of died of its own self-inflicted wounds, but today we have a more interesting plan with a Stockman Park, with cultural amenities, and even with some housing relocated. But still, we are selling some land for retail and to the hotel developer. So what I'd like to hear, is how much that's going to help pay down our $14 million loan. How much does that reduce the need to put housing on the main site? The money, we're still selling some of the land to a developer, and so some of that money should go back to that housing fund and relieve some of our need to put housing on the site. The synopsis and the FAQ follow the familiar pattern of varying interpretations, but lack the exact specifics of what the requirements are. The city should provide actual wording of the regulatory requirements so anyone can determine what housing really must go on the site. How long can we take to pay back the remainder? Can the city sell other city sites, such as property that we've talked about near the tracks, and use some of that money to help pay back the loan? Even if it doesn't qualify as the low-income housing, it's certainly city land that we can use to pay down the loan. And then, as I mentioned before, how will the sale of the retail and hotel land help to compensate for the $14 million and the housing that we're currently putting on the site? We've heard a lot about housing, and I'll note that the community group supported integrating micro-units into the downtown plan, which would be a way of including quality, low-income housing or lower-cost housing as part of that downtown plan in a reasonable footprint for the plan. The synopsis also says that the most recent parking plan is described as providing 100, the hotel provides 100 spaces. As we've heard other people mention, the hotel will require more than 100 spaces, so that implies that some of the parking that is otherwise indicated will be available to the public probably won't be, and most likely it'll be the parking nearest the hotel, which is those surface spots right next to the bankhead. So those places won't be available to the public. I think we need to make sure that the frequently asked questions come up with a little better answer on what spaces will be available to the public. What is it that they'll be able to access? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Keski. David Rounds, Mary Ann Brent, Denise Ledden.
Council, Mayor, staff, how you doing? I'm here today to make sure that Vice Mayor Warner and Mayor Marchand know that I'm going to be paying attention as they explain to me the difference between listening and agreeing. Since the council gets the last word tonight, I wanted to share with you now some concerns I have after reading the FAQs in the council packet. And I'm hoping that you can address those concerns tonight. The way you all get to the 3.5 acres of open space seems problematic to me. You claim the 8/10 of an acre of grass at Stockman's Park, which actually measures as 6/10 of an acre, but I'm sure that can be adjusted as the plan gets fleshed out. The green space at Stockman's Park is surrounded by hardscape, which brings it up to 1.5 acres. And then there is another patch of grass between the 4 apartment buildings. The rest of the planned open space consists of sidewalks and landscaping, also known as paseos, and trees along the roadway next to the garage. And I think there's a landscaping path leading from the Stockman's Park to the common open space at the apartment buildings. Also included is the land where the Black Box Theater is planned. And I was just wondering, which is it? Are we having a black box theater, or are we going to have grass? This is what you all agreed to, and the mayor has proudly proclaimed how this plan has twice the open space of any other plan considered. But your open space is not what the public has asked for. The public wanted a park, and instead we get pathways and a couple of patches of grass. This is not a park where people can gather on benches and tables and interact with each other and play on a playground. Stockman's Park is a wonderful gift, but it is a performance space, like we have at the Bankhead. Not a space where people can or will mingle and interact. It does not substitute for a park. Now, I'm not planning on saying anything about housing. I like the mixed-use housing areas, and I believe housing downtown is good. But then staff produces this document tonight that proudly states that housing takes less than 9%, which is 7/10 of an acre, of the space. This is not really true, is it? The foundations of the 4 apartment buildings might occupy 7/10 of an acre, but they are spread out and include all the way to K Street and more than halfway across the middle of the land to the south. Why the difference? Maybe because you're not counting the landscaping, pathways, the central courtyard for the residents in the 9%. I went to the site today and measured the footprint shown on the city's drawings and the massing for the apartment complexes, and it comes out to be more like 2.25 acres, which is 25% of the space. So I guess my question is, why do you feel the need to continue to misrepresent the footprint of the housing and the open space so much? It seems that the council is listening to the people and then working really hard to justify what some of you on the council wanted to do in the first place. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rounds. Mary Ann Brent, Denise Ledden, Nancy Mulligan.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council members, and staff. I believe that you feel obliged to develop the Old Lucky site in a financially responsible manner. However, I'm exceedingly disappointed in the concept plan you're offering the residents and property owners of Livermore, because while the site plan might be financially responsible, it's divided into zones, emphasized by the housing in the Northwest. As one of the 1,000 people who participated in the outreach project last summer and fall, I feel betrayed that the council has arranged the results of the outreach for a site concept that contradicts the outreach preferences. The preferences really came down to the East Side Hotel versus the West Side Hotel. Parking is the highest priority, and it is not centrally located. And the hotel location actually drives everything else, including the parking. And now you are offering, only now, at this late date, after moving forward in the development process, rationales to justify the location of elements in your plan. This was a huge mistake, or even a blunder. Though full of technical language, it does not wash, in my opinion, and it comes too late. I think we would all be better off if you moved the hotel to the west side. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brandt. Denise Ledden, Nancy Mulligan, Jean King.
Hi, Denise Ledden. The downtown synopsis and FAQ refers to balance of community feedback and preferences of developer. I came to many, many city council meetings to speak on behalf of me and my many, many friends who wouldn't come. I thought Livermore City Council was different, but friends who I couldn't get to come knew it would be, in quotes, balanced, in favor of the developer. I thought Livermore City Council would be different. I hope City Council will still work on being creative to come up with other ideas, like another Stockman's Park downtown to move more housing units off the downtown square. I have hope in our Livermore City Council to support the citizens of Livermore above the developer. Please beat the bushes. It's not too late. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ledden. Nancy Mulligan, Jean King, Joan Green.
First, I would like to read a statement from Don Smith, attorney at law, because he couldn't make it today. For over 1 month, I have requested documents from the City of Livermore to support its claim that affordable housing must be placed on the downtown development property known as the Lucky Site. The city claims that high-density housing must be located there in order to offset a loan from the Redevelopment Agency's Affordable Housing Fund, but has never provided the evidence to support that claim. Therefore, there appears to be no reason to insert high-density housing in this project, as housing can be built elsewhere in the city. So this is Don Smith's statement. For myself, I just want to say that I am not a member of any of the Friends of Anything, the community of anything. I'm only speaking for myself. I feel that the east side part of the property needs to be where the parking garage will be, because we desperately need handicap parking over there, and we need parking, period. And that's a place where we could have a very tall structure against the bankhead, which wouldn't make any difference. And if we put the hotel on the west side, I go to hotels. I would much rather walk out of a hotel to an area that's all green and park than to walk out into a sidewalk and to have no view when I was in my hotel room except a bankhead or the parking garage across the street. So that's just my input. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mulligan. Jean King, Joan Green, Michael Frederick.
I'm going to pass.
Oh, you're going to pass? Okay. Thank you, Ms. Green.
Hi, Jean King. I'm very concerned about 3 issues in this report: the parking, the open space, and the housing. On the parking, they talk about the parking which will be on the west side of the bankhead, where there is now 63 spaces. The hotel is going to go there. The hotel will require 194 spaces. And then if you add in the 63 that are being removed, we really need to have 194 plus 63, which is 257 spaces there. But the only number of spaces that you have in that area is the 100 underneath the hotel, the 24 next to it, and the 57 that are over on the I Street, which only comes up to be 189 spaces. The parks, which will be, like 80 some less than what we have now. And for all of you who go to the Bankhead, which I go to the Bankhead a lot, you know that there is inadequate parking there now. A lot of the businesses that are in that area, if you go on a Saturday night, those business areas are being used by the public in the evening, which doesn't seem like a bad idea because the business aren't using them. But there isn't adequate public parking there now, and in the future there's going to be considerably less, and what we need is more. So I think that your argument that says that there's plenty of parking over there for the two theaters and the businesses on the east side of town is not true. Yes, you're putting more parking way over on the west side, but for a lot of people, that's not adequate for the businesses on the east side. That's for the businesses on the west side, east and west. Okay. We need more parking there. Okay. The second one that I am very concerned about is the open space. And that was the #1 priority for the downtown, and yet you're calling landscaping around the housing as being public open space. It may be open space because there isn't a building there, but it's definitely not what we consider a park. If you have a housing and you have landscaping around it, you don't expect that to be public space where you can have tables, where you can have kids' things that are open to the public. It is considered to be housing open space. So I do not believe that you're being honest in saying that that replaces for a park. The only place we really have a park downtown is what the Stockmans gave us. That's really what's open for the public, unless you talk about just pathways. I want an open park where we can have activities, where we can feel it's open to the public. So I think that's disingenuous. You don't have it when you have 3- and 4-story residences. That's the open space. The housing, again, it was just absolutely wonderful that you worked with the Stockman and you got that open space downtown, which is really a park, and you moved the 100 units off to Pacific Avenue. And, oh, I didn't talk fast enough. Okay, and so anyway, I would urge you, as other people have too, let's look for some other space to put some more housing. It isn't that we don't want low-cost housing or workforce housing downtown. We think this is such a special place. We want to have as much open space and public park as we can there. Let's just find maybe something over on Railroad to put that housing. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Michael Frederick, John Stein, Rochelle Snedecor.
I'm wondering if your feet are as cold as mine. No, you must have heaters under there. Landscaping and sidewalk is not open space. It's not functional open space. The open space on the plan is broken up into small blocks. And one of the largest pieces is really just going to turn into lawn for the housing. I was also looking for more of a park environment than small lots of lawn. I'm not going to cover what Jean just said, but I'm also concerned about the parking count. I don't find it what is specified really replaces that's being taken away, especially in the immediate vicinity of the Bankhead. The 100 spaces of 4 fee, I'm old and it's getting late, 4 fee parking is going to be avoided, and I think that eventually that may end up to be reserved for the hotel, and I'm not even sure that should be counted in the parking count. Thanks.
Thanks, Mr. Friedrich. And then John Stein, Rochelle Snedecor.
John Stein, 1334 Cathy Court. About a year ago, you said the goal of this whole thing was to find parking and a hotel site. I think in that way it's a success. I agree with some of the people that perhaps parking will not be fully adequate and I would have liked to have seen more green space. But we have a plan, and short of an initiative, it's locked in. I think, though, that having watched and participated for the past 40 years on processes like these, things will change. I mean, things will adapt. We may see the existing parking garage expanded significantly. We may see off-site fee parking that somebody provides. We may see the housing move or be taller or whatever. The two things I think you should look at, though, is one, you've got the Black Box Theater, the arts training, and the museum, and it might pay to consolidate that into a single structure with a shared lobby, shared restroom facilities. Most of those things work at different hours anyway, and it would be a lot more economical. Well, it's going to be difficult anyway to raise the funds, but it'd be a lot more economical to have them all in a single structure where the Black Box Theater is not, I'm sorry, where the museum is supposed to go. The other thing I sort of agree with people is apartments do need some defensible space around them, or else you end up with fortress apartments like you see around the BART station in Dublin with, key locks and barred windows and reinforced glass and essentially no presence at street level. So I think some sort of a knee-high wall or something to delineate a defensive open space in the landscaping would be worthwhile. But overall, I think it's time to proceed. I mean, you've made your decision. All of this, informing the public in one way or another is a lot of spinning of wheels. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stein. And finally, Rochelle Snedeker.
So Rochelle Snedeker, Livermore downtown, and I think we're thrilled that you're doing the synopsis. You're going to get the facts put together. I think you've heard some other confusion tonight that maybe we need to add a little bit more factual information in there before we start giving it out. But what's I think been the most frustrating for us is to keep hearing everyone talking as if the downtown is that 8 acres and that we're doing everything for that. You have put the new parking garage centrally located in downtown, because now we have a parking garage that can feed everybody else in the downtown core area and not just the Bankhead Theater. I also applaud you because you have increased the ADA parking next to the Bankhead, which has been a need. There's still ADA parking in the existing parking garage, but you're also going to be putting additional ADA parking, which we have been greatly needing, in the surface lot in the center of that First Street block and in the new garage. We get people constantly telling us that they actually venture to more than just the Bankhead Theater, and so they're always asking, where is the handicapped ADA parking? We do have some on J, we have some on K, but we're grossly lacking behind First Street at this point. So with your new parking, I think that needs to be pointed out in your fact sheet. What the parking counts will all instigate additional parking in those other lots. So what's our total new count to serve that part of our community that's challenged? Because it is a complete downtown picture that you're helping us do. You kind of almost are hearing why districting keeps coming up with some people, because we're forgetting everybody. You guys did a hard job in this one. You actually did listen to everybody. You listened to the fact that we need workforce housing. You listened to the fact that our downtown businesses feel that they're a great neighbor. Not only will they maybe be working downtown and living there, but they're also going to be taking care of the downtown. So we're not only saying we'll put up with it, we know it's an advantage. We love that you're extending our ADA parking. We love that we have a hotel with a scenic come to the front window. When you're in your room, you're going to look out at all the great things to do in a downtown. That's a vibrant downtown hotel, that you go there to find out where you can go and play, not where you can look at a hillside, because that's a resort outside of town. So you've placed everything perfectly. You've listened to the experts. We appreciate you on that one. I think if we can get these fact sheets out, I want to believe that some of the dishonest information I'm seeing in the independent newspaper is not being dishonest. Maybe it's confusion. So if we can get the facts in their hands, maybe we can start seeing those facts actually printed, and some of the visuals that we have being printed instead of the other artwork that we're seeing. But this is a great first move. We've got a lot of people starting to come to town. We're getting into our summer season. So this is the time to be excited and celebrating and putting the information out there so they'll see all the reasons to come back again and again and again and all the new things they're going to look forward to. But thank you for listening to everybody.
Thank you, Ms. Snedeker. Okay, that's completes the public comment period. Bringing it all back to the council. Comments from the council.
I just wanted to, state that reading through the documents, it was a accurate representation of what we discussed during this process. So almost everything that I read, I could point back to. At some point, we discussed this and had a community discussion about some of the issues and why we came to things. So I think, as a synopsis, it's good. As a frequently asked question, it clears up a lot of the discussions that we had during the process. It provides some of the points that we all talked about. There might be a few that are missing. There was one that I recall where we said we wanted to retain as much surface parking as possible. I believe at some point we had discussion, people with the additional ADA stalls. I think some people think that you could still put them on First Street, but you can't because of the double step curb, and we can't have people entering and exiting on the roadway. So all of First Street. So if you're thinking I want ADA access and let's start getting on First Street, you can't. It doesn't. Nowhere on First Street with that double step curb meets ADA requirements. So, I mean, there's things like that, and I encourage people, give us a call. I haven't had any questions or comments about downtown, I think, since, I don't know, around December, maybe. I don't know about the rest of the council, but I haven't received really any communications about that. So I would just encourage people to, again, if you have clarifications that you need, give any one of us a call, give staff a call. ADA access is high on our minds. I was an ADA coordinator for several years with Wheels, the transit system, and also with the city that I work for now. So I understand the issues and needing to do it right. But reading through the document, I was fine with everything written there. So, I mean, again, there may be a few things to add. We can add to it later. But I'm fine with it.
Councilor Coomber?
Yeah, just a quick one, and I'm not even going to make this a question or just something to think about, because I had talked to our city manager at one point about it a couple months ago about finding an alternative site that's either city or city partner owned that we could perhaps make a trade-off, and I have some ideas in mind which I won't go into tonight, but for half that housing down there now, leave a section on L Street to make a kind of a friendly place where you can expand the green space as well as reduce the impact of that much housing downtown. But there are some sites that would take a little negotiating between agencies, a little arm wrestling if you need some help, call. But you may be able to pull it off.
Couple questions I've got. So it was kind of interesting. Mr. Rounds suggested that we've actually got 2.25 acres, and we figure 3.5 acres of open space. It was when they were talking about that they didn't want pathways, they wanted open space. And as I look at this, and we heard from the community that they wanted open space and not pathways. And yet, as I think back to some of the other plans that we had looked at, there were a lot of meandering pathways through that linear greenway. There was a lot of pathways. There was the concrete circles and the amphitheater in the middle. And I didn't think of that as open space. What I heard the community wanted was a large, open green space where people could gather. And that long linear thing that was presented in some of the other plans, not the city plans, they were all broken up into little landscaped areas by pathways. So this is what I heard from the community that they wanted, is they wanted a large green space where people could gather and families, children could play. A question for Mr. Stewart. The question came up, or a comment came up tonight about the micro units. In my reading of the comments, because I read through all those 800 cards, I saw very little support for micro units. Did you pick up any large amount of support for the micro units? I didn't see any.
I think you're accurately recalling the feedback.
Okay, so there wasn't a lot of support for micro units. So, in other words, the council did hear correctly from the community that they didn't like those. Similarly, we heard a lot of discussion, East Side, West Side Hotel. One of the things that we heard loud and clear was protecting the town character, protecting community character, protecting Blacksmith Square. People did not want a hotel looming over Blacksmith Square. Now, one of the things that we heard consistently was an iconic presence. Everybody wanted something iconic in the downtown. Certainly the Stockman's Park is iconic. Certainly they wanted an iconic presence in the downtown. If the hotel were placed next to Blacksmith Square and having that iconic presence, that would contradict what we heard from the community was the number two most important thing, was protecting town character. So if the hotel was placed looming behind Blacksmith Square, that would contradict what we heard from the community. And the community, the placement of the hotel was number 5, number 7. It was number 7. So the placement of the hotel was number 7. Protecting town character was number 2. In the public outreach that we heard, the over 1,000 people, was there any significant support for a hotel fronting on Railroad?
So the short answer is that the vast majority of people through the workshop process had a hotel fronting on South Livermore Avenue.
But that contradicted point number 2, which was far more important. But as I recall, going through all the public outreach, there was very little support for a hotel fronting on Railroad. Right. Most of the support was for an iconic presence on South Livermore, but the hotel on the west side of South Livermore contradicted element number 2 in importance for the community. So we as the council had to reconcile competing interests, and that's where I actually wanted to add some language to the FAQs. Top of page 430.
Just a second, real quick. Don't we have to say we're going to pass?
Do we have to? Yeah.
The rules of procedure state that you're not to take up any new items after 11 o'clock.
Okay, so no new items after 11 o'clock. Do we have to take a vote to continue talking about this? Okay.
And Mayor, can I make a suggestion that I think what we need to do is comment on, because I would love to rehash everything, and I just think we need to kind of keep it to the document itself. I went into a little bit with the ADA myself, but I think if we have any issues with the document itself, we should make the comments on that and then move on, because I think what we're doing here is we're repeating history.
Right. Well, I think, but this is the FAQs because, for example, it was published that there was never any consideration of a 5-story parking structure. But if you're talking about, I was looking at one of the previous plans with 352 parking spaces and a restaurant on top, if there's currently 60 spaces on that site, you can't get there under 3 stories.
And that's why we didn't vote for that,
Right,
and that's
right.
what's not being considered.
But no, this is the one comment I was going to say was to reinforce that because it was a very important point, because we've heard this over and over again, that the city did not listen to the community by placing the hotel where we did. My comment is to add The council, this is after best location for a downtown hotel. Top of page 1, 430, after the, why was the east side chosen? And then after the sentence ending in best location for a downtown hotel, add the following: the council decision accomplished the competing interests of the protection of Blacksmith Square and the wide support for an iconic hotel presence on South Livermore Avenue. An East Side hotel was the only way to accomplish both. During the outreach effort, there was almost no support for a hotel fronting on Railroad. And then continue with, ultimately based on feedback.
And I think that starts complicating things because you then have to describe how the process occurred, where initially when we launched the process, we didn't have the greater detail of the Stockman's deal, and that precluded from a West Side presence on South Livermore. So, I mean, there's reasons why. I mean, I would love to get into detail about circulation and why I would never put a parking garage at that location. And I have, well, no, I don't need a pointer. I have traffic engineers who are backing me up, plus my experience as a transit planner and transportation specialist. But
you know
I
wherefore
think,
you speak.
Well, possibly. I don't know that, so that's why I consulted with other traffic engineers, even outside of Sherry Sheets. Not that I don't believe you, but I think that some of the explanations, I think we need to go into such great detail. This is kind of a quicker fact sheet. Again, leading back to the point where, you know, yes, nobody considered a Railroad Avenue hotel, but at the same time, we didn't know the requirements of the Stockman until later on in the process. So there's a bit of a timing issue, and I don't know. I mean, I just feel like we're kind of rehashing a lot of stuff.
Bring up an extra.
Can I just try something that may be a middle between what you're saying? Is maybe you could say the first part but not the second part, and just
because I don't agree with the second part. I didn't make the decision based on the second part of what the mayor said.
Which was first and second part. Now I'm lost. But
well, I don't know either. But I was okay with the first sentence or two, and then.
Okay, I understand. I see what. Okay, I agree. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Can you just state it for the rest
Council
of the
decision accomplished the competing interests of the protection of Blacksmith Square and the wide support for an iconic hotel presence on South Livermore Avenue. An East Side hotel was the only way to accomplish both. Period.
Well, yeah.
I would take out the word iconic, which I hate.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a word.
That was very important to the community.
Well, it's not okay, but
iconic was very important.
I know, but iconic,
I know that it's overused, and from as some people have heard me, that's right, and some people have heard me say this many times. The only thing that I think of as iconic from the beginning is like the Eiffel Tower, the Golden Gate Bridge,
Or the Bay Bridge, which had double the cost overrun.
the Great Wall of China. You see where I'm going on this?
The Livermore Cultural Arts Council was unanimous.
So anyway, the other thing is just try Googling iconic parking garage, which we've heard go on, right? Just try that, right? I mean, it ends up looking like an apartment building maybe, but if I'm okay with just the key conclusion,
right,
and even shorten that, and that it balances the competing things.
Interests,
and
right.
Take the word iconic out.
Okay,
because it just
that's fine.
it's just.
And by the way, I had not seen this before. This
No,
is
that's okay.
completely
That's
different.
okay. It's just that there's so many people that are saying iconic. It's like I'm done.
Okay, take that out. Speaking, but it raises an interesting point also. We heard,
and I tried looking for a synonym, but I couldn't find it. I
we
just
heard
don't
that
want
there was a Don Smith that was never provided evidence on the requirement for the affordable housing. Do you recall an inquiry? And then there's also a Dan Smith. There's a Dan Smith.
And I can
traffic
speak to
specialist.
that. I know Don Smith. He asked me to provide the background documentation. I believe we received an email from the city attorney with a Dropbox link to staff reports about the purchase of the property. We had some of the staff reports. I provided him with the Dropbox link that we all received. I need to double check email. I don't have any current correspondence to the best of my knowledge. I need to check a few email accounts that I haven't checked in a long time. No, Don Smith did request information. We provided him what we had offhand. There have been no public records requests. So if he really wants to light a fire, and if Don is listening, just submit a public records request, then it's a formal request. But I've been trying to help him out to provide the background documentation, but as we're finding out, the more we dig into it, it's the more strings are attached, and I know the city attorney is still working on finding every detail that we can about how all of the multiple transactions, and he's grabbing the microphone, so I'll stop.
So, but before we go there, I just want to make sure, did we, on the one point with, I know that two Bobs agreed with that language. Is that good? Are we done on that? Okay.
I think we're done.
Everybody good? Okay, so we got that. And if I could just, and I know Jason's going to grab the mic. I want to say the section on the housing and why we need it is really complicated. I mean, when you really get into it, it's quite complicated.
Yeah.
The FAQs, the spirit of the FAQs, in my mind, was to just outline what the situation is. But by no means would one consider that to be something that you would get into in the court of law. Okay? So we had to balance something that's reasonably understandable with something that is so detailed that it's incomprehensible. We have the ability to make it incomprehensible real quick. So I don't want to set you up like this, Jason, but I know you can do that for us, right?
Make it complicated?
So, right? So what I'm saying is this, and I'll let Jason get into it, but what I want to say is you have to understand it's really very convoluted as to what's going on here over multiple years. The bottom line, from what we understand at the moment, is those are housing assets, and housing is part of the equation. And the other thing that I think is, in my understanding, is that in other towns, and I think it's Danville, that tried, I mean, or I don't know, maybe it's San Ramon, I can't remember, but there's these towns that have tried to just buy back and, put the money back into the housing fund, but it's now getting twisted around because you can't just do that. You also have to have sites designated. And so at the moment, we do not have good sites that are alternative. That's another piece of this. So I just want to say that section on the housing is really hard to write, and I'm good with the way it is. And that the only other thing I can say is just as we were discussing, if you really want to get into it, then it's going to have to be a lawyer-to-lawyer conversation, because someone who's not a lawyer is not going to come away with this and then be able to write an article in some other place and have it correct.
And that's me. I'm not a lawyer, but Don Smith is. And so I have our lawyer trying to piece together that conspiracy theory yarn map that's now, being built in his office. It's really complicated.
Well, the city council, just to close the book on that particular item right now, the council had given direction to staff to gather that information. We're in the process of doing that. There are deed restrictions that are actually recorded against the property. It is a housing asset. We have in lieu fees that were utilized in that property. We do have housing trust funds from the state in those properties as well. We're in the process of identifying all those sources and which properties they went into and how they were utilized on that site, so we can define what that obligation is. But there is a must-build obligation attached to that site.
My impression is that anybody who suggests that it's kind of like, find some innovative thing and go do this and move it off, is being very cavalier, frankly, about what the situation is. That's from everything I know, this is not so simple.
Correct. In the smaller the area that is left on the property, the more housing you have to place in that particular area. So we have an obligation that needs to be fulfilled. That assessment is being prepared, and it will be shared with the councils once it's completed.
Just a clarification on the change you made on page 430. Just so staff has it correct, can I read it back real quick to where I think we stopped? The council's decision accomplished the competing interests of the protection of Blacksmith Square and the wide support for a hotel presence on South Livermore Avenue. Is that where we want to stop? They dropped that one.
What was that again? There's a bit of clarification, sorry.
Well, there was an additional sentence, which would be an East Side hotel was the only way to accomplish both. Stop. That's what.
There was another one after that, but we decided to.
I don't know, that doesn't seem necessary to
Yeah,
me.
just drop that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to, again, thank everybody for, hanging out with us tonight and spending the time and the energy to speak to us once again. I think the FAQs are quite good, and I spent a little bit of time working on them earlier so that I knew what we were going to get, and I think they're in pretty good shape. I have to admit, though, when I hear comments about that we did what we wanted to do in the first place, that's troubling to me, because until the night that we voted, I wasn't sure how I was going to vote. That's the honest truth. I mean, I spend a lot of time, obviously I was the chair of the steering committee, and I've spent hours since then talking to representatives, particularly of the community group. So I've listened to not only the representatives from the community group, but other individuals as I've run into over the course of the development of this particular plan as we see it up there today. And even the night of the 29th and then the 30th, I still wasn't too clear to me what my preference was. And it wasn't until that night, after listening to all the conversation the previous night, thinking about where we were going to put some of the elements, that I came to the conclusion that the hotel was best served on the east side of Livermore. I will tell you that if I have anything to say about it, we would never put any affordable housing out by the railroad tracks. I find that particularly offensive and insulting to people that we hire to serve our community: teachers, firefighters, police officers, retail folks, restaurant servers. I just find that offensive to stick affordable housing out there. And so once I came to that conclusion, based on what everybody was saying to us, that they wanted, if we were going to put housing, it needed to go out at Ellen Railroad, that's where it is. And that means the hotel, perforce, has to go next to the bankhead. And frankly, it's going to benefit the bankhead in ways that I don't think any of us anticipate yet. And so I think we've managed, through sheer stick-to-itiveness and lots of conversations over the many, many months, to come up with a plan that has accepted and embraced many of the original ideas from a diverse set of people, including underground parking. If you recall, we had no underground parking when we started. We've now included underground parking. The ADA, that's a big deal, and we've included it. We have a lot more now in the plan than we ever had before, and I don't know what the level of ADA is going to be in the new parking garage in the surface lot down the southern end of it, but I suspect there'll be even more ADA there. And I hate to compare ourselves to other communities, but I'm going to. If you've ever been to Berkeley Repertory Theater, which my wife and I go a fair amount, there is absolutely zero parking at Berkeley Rep. Zero. And they've seemed to be very successful. And if you've ever been to Mountain View, and you walk through some of their places where they've gotten housing like this, it is wide open and it feels very, very public. And I think we have a great plan, and I think it's going to serve this community for decades to come. And I'm excited about getting these FAQs up on the website. and letting the public read them and understand even better what we have concluded that we're going to go forward with. And by the way, if you go out toward Blacksmith Square, you'll see green fences around 2 buildings that are just to the west of Blacksmith Square. This has started, folks. We're underway. And I think we should all be proud of that.
I just have to say that was very well said and very well put. As somebody who also has worked in probably a little bit longer than you with community groups, various other individuals on thoughts and feelings about downtown, I think exactly how you put it, I couldn't have said it better. So thank you for saying that.
I would like to also say that I thought that was very heartfelt and moving, and I agree.
I would go so far as to say it was iconic.
Well said. Thank you.
I think we got enough Bobs around here.
Oh, jeez.
So I'm aware of the hour, and but I wanted to ask a few more things around this, if I could. And it's so I take it that so far we're kind of mostly good with what's said, and I don't know where the right time is, but I wanted to add a few things, and while we're on this topic, so and it was mentioned in the audience today, but also I want to let you know that I've shared this with some of my colleagues at work, and let's see if I can do it. If we think we've got the drawings here, and I want to point out, and it's in our FAQs, I think somewhere in here now, that we're going to have we've put the RFP out for the landscaped architect, and it's not, I don't believe it's happened yet, but we're going to integrate this whole thing as one park. Okay, so I want to make that clear. And then and it's not done yet, and then I think you can see that this design has evolved. But I think that Councilmember Carling was really instrumental in making sure that we had this green space here as a good path, because we heard from the community they wanted it. We've now got tremendous pathways across the whole site. So, and this is beginning to look good. I would just suggest that, getting back to the colleague in the earlier comment, that we figure out in here the children play area, right? That we get, that's part of, I mean, maybe we can speak to that park, I mean, that the landscaping will possibly include that, maybe.
Okay, I don't want to dismiss that as a good thought. I just think it's going beyond what we have before us here today with the FAQs.
Okay, so then the next time then, or maybe we can get under matters initiated, but I don't want to do that tonight.
You can't do that tonight because we have, unless you take a vote to continue your meeting, because you can't take up any new items. Matters initiated will be a new item for this evening. You have this item before you today, which is the FAQs. If you want to speak to that, we can. With the Child's Park, that's something different that could be brought back at a later date. So.
Okay, so I guess what I want to answer my question. There's certain things relative to this that I'd like to bring up. Don't want to prolong the pain of keep going through this. So you say I can mention some things under matters initiated around here?
You can, but matters initiated this evening is a new agenda item per your rules of council procedure. To continue with your agenda and take up matters initiated, you need a vote of the council to proceed.
Oh, okay. So, all right. I'm not necessarily wanting to do that myself. So
next time?
I'm done. So I'll wait until next time, because I've got a few things with respect to this that I want to inject into our thinking. So with that, I move we adopt the FAQ, synopsis and FAQs with the modified sentence, or the added sentence.
Second.
Moved by the Vice Mayor, seconded by Councilmember Carling. Any discussion on that motion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. So with that, we have, I guess, no report outs, no matters initiated. All right, so with that, we are adjourning to a regular council meeting on April 9th.